Live. In a spin, I had the paper and it's no longer here.
I'll have to try and get you those numbers, Steve, if you need them.
Oh, sorry, I didn't come back to you.
That's okay. I still got to have the marks too.
Do you want to just send them through in a chat?
Yeah, we'll see. I'll need a lull in the conversation to be able
Well, we've got time. It'll probably happen after the
morning too. That's 9 a.m.
Yeah, be off about saving positive anyway.
It's great. Who else are we missing? Yeah. Yeah. 9:01 now.
Are you ready to go?
Yeah.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. We're going to commence the meeting now. Either wants to read. I declare this Kempsey Shire Council meeting open. It is the 19th of December 2023. I remind all people attending this meeting that it is being recorded on a webcast on YouTube with audio and vision. A recording of the meeting is available and on the internet and is required to be available for 12 months. Private recordings, including taking photographs by members of the public gallery, are not allowed. Please ensure all your devices, like mobile phones, are on silent mode. Councillors in attendance are Councillor Scott Butterfield. Councillor Butterfield, could you just put your hand up so people in the gallery can see who you are? Well, we'd get people knowing who we are. Thanks, Councillor Butterfield. Councillor Anthony Patterson. Councillor Dean Saul. Councillor Kerry Riddington. Councillor Alexandra Wyatt. I apologise, Councillor Riddington. You're also Deputy Mayor. I should have stated that. Thank you. Councillor Arthur Bain. Councillor Kinney Ring. Just there. Thank you. And Councillor Simon Ferguson. Thank you. Council staff in attendance are Mr. Craig Milburn, General Manager, Mr. Wes Trotter, Director of Utilities, Mr. Michael Jackson, Director of Operations and Planning, Mr. Steve Mitchell, Director Corporate and Commercial, Mr. Daniel Thorogood, Group Manager Governance and Information Services. The core of this meeting is democratic decision making for the benefit of our Kempsey Shire community. We have a full agenda for today's meeting, and I thank my fellow councillors for their respectful consideration of issues throughout 2023. I also take this opportunity to wish everyone a happy and safe Christmas and New Year break. With that, we will now commence the meeting. Councillor Bain, would you provide the opening prayer, please?
In our deliberations today, may we have the serenity to accept the things we cannot change, the courage to change the things that we can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Acknowledgement of country. Kempsey Shire Council acknowledges the land of the Dunghutti Thunghutti Nation. We pay respect to elders past and present. We acknowledge the role of emerging leaders to continue to guide us in the future. We acknowledge the stolen generations and the need to change practices to be inclusive. I also acknowledge any other Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people with us today. Ask Councillor Ferguson to do the acknowledgement of service, men, women and families, please.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Council acknowledges the sacrifices made by Australian service men and women and their families, in particular those who gave their lives in defence of the freedoms that we all enjoy today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. All councillors are in attendance, so we won't have any need for apologies. Also welcome our media representative. Thank you for being here. We move on to item 5, which is confirmation of minutes. The recommendation is that the minutes of the ordinary meeting of Kempsey Shire Council dated the 21st of November 2023 be confirmed. I need a mover. Councillor Ring. Seconder, please. Councillor Saul. Any debate? No debate on the minutes. I will therefore put it. Is there any dissent on the minutes being carried? No dissent. Declare it carried. We now move to disclosures of interest. Councillor Patterson and I made declarations at the public forum yesterday. Councillor Patterson, do you want to do them again? Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to declare a non-pecuniary non-significant interest in item 8.1 as I live within a 5-kilometre radius of the airport, and also item 10.4, the flood study, as I do have business and a few properties in Kempsey that is going to be affected by this flood study.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. I'll declare a non-pecuniary, non-significant interest in item 10.4, 10.5, which is the Yarrahapinni subdivision, a planning proposal. And I declare that because I work with the father of the proponent. We now move to item 7, councillors, which is items passed by exception. Are there any items councillors wish to withdraw? Councillor Bain.
Apologies, Mr Mayor, not withdraw, but I do have some questions on a couple of the matters.
Okay, we'll go to questions after any withdrawals. Councillor White.
I do have a question, but I would like to withdraw 10.15, the joint organisation. I just want to ask some questions about projects.
10 point, which one?
Is it 15?
Okay.
The Mid-North Coast Joint Organisation update.
All right. So you're withdrawing it to make some changes, or you wish to speak on it?
I just want to ask some more details about some of the questions and the benefits for Kempsey. So it's probably best to discuss it as an item.
Yeah, you can withdraw it. You don't have to give a
Oh yeah, withdraw it. Yes.
Okay,
yes.
thank you. I'll be withdrawing item 10.14, the General Manager's ICMA Conference and Study Tour, because I have a change in the recommendation. Any other withdrawals? We'll now come to questions on any of the items in the items to be passed by exception. Councillor Bain, please.
Maringbu, Mr Mayor, yes, I've got some questions regarding the statement of cash and investments. So firstly, I note that we keep around $10 million, currently 9.1 million in our current bank account. And the question is this the level of liquidity? Is it considered the ideal amount for a council of our size to demonstrate sound financial management? And just some information about why is that?
Mr Mitchell, please.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Councillor Bain, the $10 million is slightly higher than what we would normally have in the bank account. We tend to have a balance of around $5 to $7 million of cash is what we sort of tend to maintain in terms of meeting our sort of day-to-day financial obligations. That was higher in November. We just had a rates instalment that was due November, so the collection of those rates payments obviously have contributed to that high balance. We've also got a number, as councillors would be aware, a number of fairly large capital works programs, and so have been carrying slightly higher cash to make sure that we can meet payments associated with those works, particularly when they're contracted out. What we have just commenced and will undertake in the early part of 2024 calendar year is a review of our restricted assets and cash management. As we've discussed previously, a lot of the cash and investments that we actually have are restricted and can't be used for any purposes other than what they've been collected. So we're going to undertake a review of that. That's one of the items that was in our financial sustainability program as well. And so that will address that sort of working capital amount that you're referring to as well.
Thank you, Councillor Bain.
Thank you for that. I also note that we've got around $100 million in investments. So page 5 of the report indicates it's 98.7 million. Pages 10 and 14 indicate circa 103 million. Why is there a difference between those two balances, and is it significant or not?
Mr. Mitchell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, there is a reason for the difference. So our sort of total cash and investments that we're holding is the $103 million, as you pointed out, Councillor Bain. The slightly lower amount, the difference at 4.3 relates to some short-term income funds and medium-term income funds that we hold with T Corp. So it's just in that detailed investment report, they have a different categorisation. And so for the report, one of the pages you referred to, they're not included in that classification, but obviously they're included in the total, and that explains the difference between those two numbers.
Okay, so T Corp is the state government treasury. Can you just clarify T Corp's role, please?
Yep, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yep, so T Corp is New South Wales Treasury Corporation, so it's state government body, and those funds are invested in place with them.
Thank you. The next question, I'm very cognizant that a lot of those funds are tied and are restricted in what use. So, for example, if we get funding for a particular project, it has to be staged, or it's going to be delivered over 2 or 3 years, then some of that money can be put into investment, correct? So what percentage of our total investment funds would be from these tied funds? And is income earned from tied funds also tied to those projects, or does that go into general fund? Noting that the income in November was around 350,000.
Mr. Mitchell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So I guess if I just use our draft 30 June 2023 financial statements as the sort of point in time. So we had $113 million of cash investments at that stage. $103 million of that was externally restricted. So doing the maths on the fly, over 90%, there or thereabouts, is externally restricted. So, and as I mentioned just a few minutes ago, those funds can only be used for the purpose which they have been collected. So hence that, there's obviously restrictions around those, and it's why we report on those separately and as part of our audited financial statements. In terms of the second part of your question, councils will remember we account for our 3 funds, general fund, water and sewer, are all separately accounted for and essentially ring fenced. So any investment returns, obviously for water and sewer, go to those funds. And there are, in certain cases, those investment returns, for example, developer contributions will stay within the developer contributions fund. For investment returns on where we've received grants in advance, and they may have been invested or whatever else, that will then generally be part of general revenue. So it's sort of a bit of a combination. I think the key point, I guess the key couple of points to highlight is that the majority of our cash and investments are externally restricted, and that we do have to account for those investments according to which fund they relate to, and so they're very much ring-fenced according to fund. And then within the general fund, there are further restrictions where the interest and investment returns would be kept with those investments as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, that's very I'm quite surprised at how much of that is externally restricted. So, from one perspective, it might appear that we've got quite a lot of money.
Do you have a further question?
Oh, yes, sorry, next
you
question.
Comment at the moment?
I note in the 22-23 annual report on page 14, earnings from investments is approximately 3% of our income, and the cost of borrowing is about 3% of our expenditure. So what's the approximate quantum of those amounts, and why do we borrow? My computer's just gone off. Why do we borrow as opposed to utilising funds that we have in short-term investments? And that may be because it's ring-fenced on.
Mr. Mitchell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So to answer the first question, Councillor Bain, so for 22-23, because we're doing the finalising our draft financial statements, so I'll quote those numbers as well. Interest investment income was $3.5 million, and our borrowing costs were just under $3 million. So that's I guess the quantum of those individual amounts. The interest and investment income number was significantly greater this last financial year, which we're reporting as part of our monthly cash and investments report, because obviously, as people know, interest rates have increased, and so the returns that we've got on our investments for the last financial year has been substantially greater than what it was the few years that were preceding that. In response to your second part of your question, given that most of those investments are restricted, we can't use them for a lot of projects, only the projects for which they've been collected. And so we will borrow to fund other projects, and particularly long life assets. Part of the benefit of that, it helps us achieve intergenerational equity, which is spreading the cost of those assets over the generations that will get the benefit of them. What we do, and as part of our annual integrated planning and reporting document suite, our revenue policy, which is one of 6 or 8 documents that forms part of that suite, that actually includes what we intend to borrow over the forthcoming 12 months. And so for the 23-24 financial year, so the year we're in, that at that stage and the time of adopting the budget, we had identified that we would potentially need borrowings in the water fund of $5 million and in the general fund of $10 million. And I guess in relation to the water fund, that was largely to supplement any funding we had in relation to the capital works we're doing in relation to the water treatment plants, which Director Trotter has talked about previously, and that will be delivered over the course of this year. And in relation to the general fund, the borrowings in that were to supplement upgrades for our airport, which obviously we've got a fairly significant future capital expenditure requirements out there. So in the absence of having any funds for that, they would need to be factored in as borrowings. We also had some borrowing in for general fund in relation to waste landfill projects, and as well as some of the property related works, for example, at our depot. So we will look at that, and as part of our financial planning, we'll look and go which of the projects that we will need to borrow funds for. Given that we've only got a small amount of those funds that aren't restricted, it limits our ability to fund those just out of those investments. Right.
Thank you very much. That's been very clarifying, and yeah, well done on the spread of risk in short and long term. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Any further questions on the items to be passed by exception? Councillor Patterson, please, and then Councillor Wyatt.
Got a number of questions about the local traffic committee minutes. First off, the recommendation from the traffic committee about parking on C Street, and that's adjacent to the Kempsey High School, Kempsey Tate. First question is that the recommendation says that there'll be a timed no parking Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Doesn't stipulate that when during school, because we know that school goes 6 weeks holidays at Christmas, etc. The actual fact that these parking zones are out front of people's houses, I'm questioning that that those time limits, whether they're going to be carried through the school holidays. Also, my second part of that question is that through you, Mr. Mayor, to the General Manager, would I require a notice of motion, possibly, to look at people being allowed to park on the grass verge, not their footpath, the grass verge that they mow and look after, on a lot of our streets in Kempsey, we have very large grass verges with no footpaths. Some sides have footpaths, and this relates to this particular part of streets of our town, where in C Street on this side there is no footpath, yet the grass out the front of the house, where people are going to be forced to park because they can't park out front of their house. They may be able to park in their driveway, but like many houses these days, many families have more than one car, sometimes up to 4. So those are my first 2 questions for that matter.
Well, thanks, Councillor Patterson. Did you raise these questions in the committee as a committee member?
I
you've
did
just-
raise a question, and part of that answer was through the second recommendation in the committee was to investigate the extension of the speed zone. Was representing our local member, Mr. Kemp. But as a councillor, those are questions that I would like to ask as a councillor to the council, because I'm not representing the council on the traffic committee.
Thank you very much. Mr. General Manager.
Through Mr. Mayor, in relation to the questions that relate specifically to that recommendation on that item, they are questions that the traffic committee would have to answer. They're not something that council can actually answer. It's a decision of the traffic committee. Council is only a member of that. That committee is actually run by Roads and Traffic. It's their committee, it's not ours. So we're just simply a member of it. So they'd be best directed in relation to responses for that. The question in relation to parking on verges, yeah, we'd certainly need a resolution of some form from council for us to investigate that, what the options are. Is it legal or isn't it legal? If it is, how that might be done, what areas might be undertaken, where that may be undertaken, those sort of things. We definitely need a resolution of council.
Being a member of the traffic committee, I understand that traffic committee only has recommendation. It doesn't set policy. It gives us recommendations. So I do believe that as council, we can adopt or change those recommendations.
No, the technical part of it, Councillor Patterson, if we don't accept the recommendation, and there's a whole lot of recommendations in these minutes, we can send the recommendation back to the committee to look into it further. And that's what would normally happen. It's happened in the past. But we don't have to reject the whole report. We just say we don't accept this particular recommendation.
I was just asking a question on it. Maybe I should have withdrawn it, because I would like to put an amendment in that council asks those questions to the traffic committee about that signage.
Okay, well, you're withdrawing the traffic committee now. That's no longer in the items passed by exception. Thank you. I was going to ask a question on it myself, but thank you. Councillor Wyatt, please.
Yes, please. Thank you. I just wanted to ask some very quick questions about item 10.10, the annual statements. Firstly, can you amend the website that says, I think on the website at the moment, just says part A and B it has been published. Can we just sort of say when part C will be published on the website? And then the other.
Is that your question?
Yeah, no. Then my question is the auditor breaking any contractual agreement by not delivering this audit on time? It says that it's supposed to be completed in October, then December, and it's still not completed. Are they breaking any contractual agreement? And is there a penalty for us as councillors and the council for not delivering it on time?
Mr. Mitchell, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. No, Councillor White, the issue is not with the auditor. The issues, I guess, in terms as the report attempted to articulate, was the issues that we've encountered in terms of accounting for grants. Particularly, we've had an enormous amount of grants who have all got very complex accounting requirements, and over the last few months we've had some fairly significant resource issues in the finance team, which meant that meeting certain timeframes for the auditors has proven challenging. So the timeframes have been negotiated with the auditor. There's no impact. The auditors have not done what they're not supposed to do at all. It's I guess the challenges that we've had in terms of being able to get information to them to meet their timeframes and then rescheduling that work. In addition, just in terms of your opening comment in relation to the website, until we know the exact date, it's a bit hard to put an actual date So that's why we've got the comment up there that the annual report Part A and Part B has been completed, and that Part C, which is the audited financial statements, will be added as soon as they are completed. The challenge we've got is just as well coming into Christmas and New Year, and people taking leave, not necessarily our staff, but the auditors, and particularly the audit office, means that they sort of go through a bit of a shutdown period. So it's going to stretch our time frame out, unfortunately, in relation to that.
So that just to clarify, there's no penalty, there's no big stick going to come back from someone saying you haven't delivered on time and here's a penalty.
Mr. Mitchell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. No, obviously, ideally, everyone tries to meet those timeframes. So the report also includes a commentary in there that the 31st of August, completion and lodgement of financial statements with the Office of Local Government, only about 50% of councils met that timeframe. And as of the beginning of December, there were still 40 or so councils that hadn't. I guess it indicates that there are some, systemic sort of challenges around that, given the complexities of local government having to produce 100+ page financial statements, in a short time frame with limited resources that are subject to a higher level of audit than they probably have been in the past. And so it just creates challenges in terms of meeting those timeframes, given the resources. And as soon as you lose some resources or encounter some particular challenges, which for us, as I alluded to before, around grants, and we've got an enormous amount of grants that all have their own funding deeds with different requirements, and the accounting complexities around those are very challenging. And so when they're audited and the auditors look at all of those, it just means there's a lot of work in terms of finalising those. So and that's not just an issue for us, but it's a lot of councils who are in that same position, obviously, given the number that haven't submitted or finalised their financial statements.
Thank you. Councillor Riddington, questions, please.
Thank you. Just to follow up on Mr. Mitchell's comments about the audit requirements. Am I right in thinking that council communicates to the audit office very regularly, and they're very aware of what we do and how we report?
Mr. Mitchell.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, Councillor Riddington, that's absolutely correct. So we work very closely with the auditors. So the contracted auditors that the audit office contracts to do our audit is a firm called T&R. So we work very closely with them, but also with the audit office as well. In terms of requests for extension, where we write to the Office of Local Government to request an extension to lodge our financial statements, that process is done in conjunction with and after consultation with both the Audit Office and T&R. So there's a very sort of close collaborative working relationship in terms of the financial statements as well.
Any further questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Saul, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I intend to ask some questions on the Traffic Committee. It's now been withdrawn, so I'll wait till it's been brought forward.
That's a good idea. Thank you very much, Councillor Saul. If there are no further questions on the matters that are in items by passed by exception, I'll need a mover that they be passed. Councillor Saul. Seconder, please. Councillor Riddington. I'll put the motion. Is there any dissent? There's no dissent. I declare it carried. We now move to item 8.1, mayoral minute on Kempsey Airport leases. The recommendations on the screen that council requests the general manager to 1, cease implementation of any new airport leases using the change assessment methodology. 2, undertake a review of the proposed changes to assessing the hangar lease fees at Kempsey Airport. And 3, provide an all-encompassing report to a future improving income from Kempsey Airport. Before I move it, I have been given this morning, as I came into the council chambers, a proposed recommendation by staff, I presume, Mr. Denham. Could we put that up and a staff member address why it's been put up, please?
Again, it's up to the council whether they want to consider that. Yes.
Yes, and then I can move. So would you be speaking to it?
Steve and
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So, for councillors, you too, like I have seen this new proposed recommendation replacing the Mayoral minute. I presume you have it in front of you. I'm going to ask Mr. General Manager to speak first and explain why this is being put up to replace the one that I propose.
Yeah.
It's out there somewhere.
Yeah.
So basically, this could be seen as a foreshadowed motion. You've got the motion I've put up, and here's the foreshadowed motion. Here it is. Thank you, Mr. General Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In looking at the Mayoral minute and in considering the work that had already been undertaken by the staff in managing the airport, and through the last few weeks, the feedback that's been received by some of the tenants out there as well, we believe this proposed recommendation would reflect an appropriate way forward. Implementing the new hangar leases is something that we need to do. And I think that's reflected in both your Mayoral minute and in what's been proposed. There is the need to have a consistent methodology of how leases are calculated and entered into at the airport. The methodology we've gone through and actually had an independent valuation of the land, and that's come out at that $9.20 per square metre fee. It's a modest fee. It is certainly significantly lower than Coffs Harbour and lower than Port Macquarie, and in a range of other airports in regional areas around New South Wales. We have considered the comments about the airside land, and in this we're excluding the airside land from the footprint that would actually be provided for each of the tenants. So that would no longer be part of it. So that has a substantial impact on their leases and the amounts they are. We would be recommending that, as per originally, we're going to phase that in over 2 years. So there's actually a lead time for that. In relation to the flying club, we do acknowledge and always have acknowledged that that's an incorporated body, and we're recommending that be, again, phased in over 2 years, but only charged at the 75% of the market rate to give them a discount for being an actual club. And the last point is undertake a review of their operations and financial sustainability of the airport, the report back to the future meeting. The reason we've worded it that way, as opposed to what's in the Mayoral minute, the Mayoral minute just focuses on income. What we need to do is actually look at all of the operations of the airport and the financial sustainability. So that last point allows us to look at the code of the runway. Should it stay the same or shouldn't it stay the same? What are other options in terms of reducing the costs of operating the airport, as well as improving the income of the airport as well? So it gives us a far more detailed perspective of what the airport provides, what it may be able to provide, and what it costs the ratepayers to operate in the future as well. That's linked to our commitment through the special rate variation process to review our services. And this would just be one that we'd actually undertake that review of and bring a report back to council on how we could actually improve the overall operations of the airport, not just the income side of it. I don't know whether Mr. Mitchell wanted to add anything. No.
Thank you. Councillor Patterson, I haven't information yet. So you have a question on what was just said by the General Manager? Yeah, just a question. Thank you. We're not talking to it yet.
Yeah.
Thank you.
My question was to you, Mr. Mayor. Do you accept that as part of your motion rather than being a amendment?
No, well, I haven't quite fully considered what I should do, but I've got my motion in front of me, and I've just heard from the general manager, and what he said has got some really good points to it. But at the moment, I would like councillors to make the decision on whether you go with the original one or the proposed one. And what I would do is ask someone to foreshadow the proposal from the general manager.
Can I please ask a procedural question?
Yes, you can actually ask a question on what has been proposed in the foreshadowed motion, which I'm now considering. Okay.
Thank you. Procedurally, I'd really like to go into committee as a whole and discuss this. I think it's really important. Can I just please ask the general manager, when you're saying the Kempsey Flying Club to be 75% of the market rate, is that forever?
Yeah.
Mr. General Manager, please.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, it'd be linked to the terms of their lease, and it's also linked to the annual fees and charges that council adopts each year as well. So yes and no, it's not forever. It can be changed depending on the
Negotiated.
lease and negotiated, and depending on how council sets the fees and charges.
Okay. I'm just a little bit unsure as to the time frame. Like, I suppose every year we'd have to have a look at it, or at the end of the lease.
Or in part of
Yeah.
consideration of fees and charges. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, well, what I propose to do is to move, it hasn't been moved yet, so we can't actually go into committee of the whole until there's a motion before us. I'll be moving the recommendation that's before you with one slight change, because I think what the general manager said about financial sustainability is a real positive thing. So I'll be changing point 3 of my motion, which I'm now moving, to putting in, instead of income in point 3, change it to provide an all-encompassing report to a future council meeting on improving financial sustainability for the Kempsey Airport. I'll read that again. And it's changing income for the Kempsey Airport. Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Thorogood. So I'll formally move that now, and I'll speak to it, and then if someone wants to foreshadow, they can, but I'll speak to it first. Mayoral minute. Mayoral minutes don't need one. Thank you. The crux of this mayoral minute is the fact that it came to my attention through many emails that the proposed change in how the leases at Kempsey Airport will be changed to taking into account curtilage, which is land beside hangars and land in front of hangars and land behind hangars. And basically it increased the footprint of the leases by 2.2 on average. Get my facts right here. The change assessment have given a factor of 2.5 increase on average for all hangar owners on that increased land around the hangars. It's custom and practice that it was just the hangar footprint, that was the total area of the hangar itself, and something like a half a metre or a metre around where the overhang from the roof was. So the footprint has been increased because of a change in this methodology to including all the land between hangars and all the land to the road and all the land out to the taxiway, was the increased curtilage. Now, the change in fees was changing the square metre charges on the leases to $9.2, and that gave a increase or multiplication of the income from those hangars by, on an average, 3.2. So it's multiplying the income by 3.2 over, just to be clear, it's not immediate. So the actual income from the hangars was going to be increased by 157% over the 2 years. I understand the imperative of the financial sustainability of the airport, and the changes will had the present income from the 14 hangars. We only have 14 hangars out there, not 17, but 14, would go from $33.3 thousand a year income to $91.8 thousand over 2 years. That's an extra $58,000 income on the 14 leaseholders. So when I saw that, I thought, this is unfair. We're proposing a special rate variation over 3 years of 43%, and these 14 hangar owners are going to have an increase of 157% over 2 years, and there was no input from councillors on this decision. It was a staff decision, and this Mayoral minute is actually bringing it to council for your decision. And I think it should be our decision, because every year councillors are expected to have a input into rates and charges. We get a document that's put out on exhibition, we come back with submissions, and then we vote as part of the operating plan for the following year, the rates and charges and fees that we put out for all activities of council. This fee change or lease charge change did not go through that process. I am thinking that at the moment the Mayoral minute is better than the proposed one, straight up, because it's ceasing the implementation, and then bringing a report back on financial sustainability. Part of that financial sustainability might be an increase in the lease fees. But at the moment, I think it's unfair, and I've had many letters sent to me and emails outlining how unfair this change is in increasing the area and then charging the higher rate per square metre. We come down to a very important basic thing, custom and practice. Over the years, people have signed up for leases at the airport, understanding that they are going to be charged for the square metre of the hangar. That's always been the case, and now there's a proposed change, and I don't think we should change it in such a hurry. We should have a better report, come back to council, and we can look at an all-encompassing financial sustainability for the airport into the future. So there's my motion. I've finished speaking to it. I hope you support it, but I believe Councillor Patterson, you want to foreshadow a motion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to foreshadow the motion that's put up and proposed recommendation put up by the staff that I'll just read through it. That's all right.
Well, you don't have to. We can have it put up again if you want to.
Yeah, and I need a seconder, I suppose.
Well, no, not to foreshadow. You foreshadow it. If the main motion is defeated, then we come back to your foreshadowed motion. Yeah. Or you could move it as an amendment.
Yeah, well, I'll move it as amendment. Thank you. It'll be moved as amendment, which will, yeah. So then I'd like to be able to talk.
Well, you will be able to talk to it.
Okay, so
no, I need a second. Sorry.
Okay.
Councillor Saul.
Volunteer to second that.
Can I ask a procedural question, please, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, certainly, Councillor Ferguson.
If we move committee of the whole, then does that allow discussion on both, or just the amendment?
Mr. Thorogood, could you clarify for councillors what can be discussed in committee of the whole?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, whether you're in open council or whether you're in committee of the whole, you can only debate the motion which is currently before council. So moving into committee doesn't provide you a broader platform, I guess, to speak. However, what you can speak to now is why you do or do not support the motion which is on the screen. So you can speak to why you don't support this, which might refer to the original motion.
Are we dealing with?
Thank you
the
very
new
much.
one? Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. Are we dealing with the new one up there now?
No.
But Mr.
Yeah, because it's an amendment, I've moved the motion and then Councillor Patterson moves the amendment.
Yep.
The amendment has to be considered now before and it would have to be defeated for us to go back to the original.
Thank you.
Any debate or a motion to committee of the whole? Councillor Bain. Oh, sorry. I apologise, Councillor Bain. I can't call you yet. Councillor Patterson, we had a couple of technical questions there. Would you like to speak to your motion amendment now, please?
Yes, thank you. The proposed recommendation is to implement the new airport hangar lease using a revised methodology that is based on the current independent market-based fee of $9.20 per square metre and a total land footprint excluding the airside. And that was a question that was brought up previously about the airside. That's going to be addressed by council. What I'm going to say too as well about that issue is that we have been asked, we have asked our staff, our council, to look at financial sustainability, and with the new SOV application, this is one part of it. Part two of the proposed recommendation is to phase in the increases contemplated by item 1 above the next two financial years as follows. First increase and 75% the second year increase, 24-25. As a business person, to be able to have the option of being told what the fees are going to be moving into the next 2 years, that gives you sustainability for the business sense to understand what your costs are going to be for the next 2 years, and understanding that those costs are only going to be up to a maximum of 75% of the increase. Number 3 is approve the lease fee for the Kempsey Flying Club to be 75% of the market rate as otherwise calculated as per item 1, with the increase phased in over the 2 years. Like the general manager stated previously, that would be something that would be looked at when fees and charges are reviewed. And number 4, undertake a review of the operation and financial sustainability of the airport with a report back to future council meeting. And that is giving a report back to us on the costs and the actual increase of income, if there is any, over the next term. This undertake a review operations and financial sustainability of the airport with a report back to a future council meeting. There's probably one amendment I would have to that, would be a future council meeting in the next 12 months. Could I ask a question through to the general manager, through you, Mr. Mayor, in relation to, is that going to be an issue, or would it be better off to be the financial year?
We're thinking of the answer at the moment. We'll come back to you, Councillor Patterson.
Hey, we think
Mr. General Manager, an answer, please.
Yes. Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, we'd recommend that probably the next financial year.
Okay, so that would be my amendment on that wording in the next financial year. So just remember, my fellow councillors, that we have gone to our ratepayers, our Shire, and asked them for extra funds, and would be a less of an increase over the next 3 years if council can look at gaining savings or income that is fair and just, that will stop the or not stop, but will alleviate the fact that the Kempsey airfield, the whole area out there, is approximately $500,000 a year lost to council. So we need to start addressing that, and this is the start of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Councillor Riddington, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I please ask if it's appropriate to put up that fee schedule? Is that okay to put that up, the new one, please? Yeah, if you don't mind, sorry, I'll talk to it. With Councillor Patterson and the SRV, I know we have to make some compromises. With the Mayoral minute, I thoroughly agree with it, but I think we need to do some compromising around fees because we need some clarity for the people who actually rent the space as the council. I do think that curtilage, to me, is an issue that needs to be taken into consideration. I think airspace, from my understanding, and please, General Manager, you might like to fill this in a bit. Curtilage is the access to the hangar at the front, and then you've got land that surrounds the hangar, either at the side or at the back of the hangar.
That's correct. It's called airside in front of.
Airside is in front of the hangar.
Yes.
Is it?
Through Mr. Mayor, if I can just refer to the diagram on there, and I think Mr. Thorogood would be able to move it. The curtilage is the land right around there. What's being proposed now is that the land that Mr. Thorogood's making there, which is on the air side, would be taken away from that curtilage. So the lease would now only apply to the square metres from the front of the hangar, the airside side of the hangar, out to where that boundary marker is.
Okay.
So that's basically what it'll be. So there's been quite significant reductions on that. Some of them by, a third or more at times as well. So
yes, thank you. I do worry about curtilage because I think there is a legal precedent on curtilage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Through Mr. Mayor, there's no issues. It's simply curtilage is simply a term, and that's all it is. It's just a boundary.
Okay.
So we can remove the word curtilage altogether, and we just call it a boundary. There's no legal issues with it.
Good. That's what I wanted to know. So I didn't come back onto council. My other issue, and
you're speaking for or against the amendment?
I don't know yet. Like I just want to talk.
Okay.
I'm asking questions.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
I work differently. Okay. So my thinking is that you have an old legal term called disputage. And Mr. Mayor, you mentioned the fact that past performance and nothing's happened in the past to change the hangar rentability and not include the land. I worry if that's going to be a precedent as well. Disputage is a term where you have the use of all of the, say, for example, land around the hangar, and by performance and by previous leases, no one has ever come in and wanted to recalculate it.
That's right.
That's right. So that's the problem I have, and I'd like a bit of advice on that, please.
Yep. Manager.
Okay, through Mr. Mayor, we'll try and step through a few things here. Councillor Patterson's already noted that the airport runs at a substantial loss of around $500,000 a year. That doesn't include depreciation, and it doesn't include capital expenditure. We're up for about $11 million investment just in the runway in the next 12 months to 24 months. In addition to that, the rental basis we're on at the moment is a very, very low rent when you compare it to other airports operating in regional areas around Australia. So the increases seem large because the base of it is exceptionally low where we're actually starting from. We've got rent starting around $1,300 a year for people to house their private plane in a private airport that's then subsidised by the general ratepayer. We don't believe that's equitable in any way for the general ratepayer. There are businesses out there, and again, our ratepayers subsidising those businesses. Again, we don't believe that is fair. A similar sized lease at Port Macquarie would be about $15,000. So we're still substantially lower than what's being rated in our neighbouring areas as well. Earlier this year, Council adopted the Airport Master Plan. And in that Airport Master Plan, part of what they adopted adopted was to the Kempsey Airport becoming a financially sustainable standalone business operation to the implementation of revenue maximising opportunities. Council staff have acted directly on in bringing this report to, or in acting on and looking at the change of those leases. It's a direct result of the adoption of the master plan that we actually did that. The valuations are done independently by someone who does valuations for airports and are well aware of that. So the way we've now got that set up would allow those tenants to use that land around there lawfully because they actually have that as their defined footprint. Others could not come and use that, the same as any other lease. And with all standard leases, when leases end, into new leases. That's all we're doing here. This isn't something that's going to be put in. We've got people who've got leases until 2041. This does not impact them at a highly subsidised rate until that lease gets changed in 2041. This impacts those who have leases that are literally going month to month at the moment, because we knew we need to actually go down this process and take the steps necessary to bring us up to some more commercially appropriate and fairer system whereby our ratepayers are not subsidising private people garaging their planes and private businesses to the same extent. We've tried to get a balance, listening to the feedback. We've taken that airside land off them, which has reduced, by somewhere between 20 and 35% the amount that they're actually going to be doing. And the rates are still relatively low. So I hope that answers your question.
Mr. General Manager, can I ask about a lease for Hangar 4? I have a letter from the leasee, and he says, we have been without a lease for Hangar 4 since 2006, despite frequent and repeated requests over the years for a new lease, and it has not yet materialised. Do you know about Hangar 4 and why it hasn't been, there's no lease in place?
We'd have to take that on notice to come back any specific lease details. I don't have all the individual leases here. Yes, all that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. General Manager. Any further questions to the General Manager or anyone? Councillor Ring? Oh, sorry, Councillor Ferguson was next, and then Councillor Ring. My apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and you've nearly answered it. Thank you, Mr. General Manager. But my first question was just confirming that we're not talking about new airport hangars leases. We're talking about existing hangars and their leases.
That's correct. Can we bring that Excel sheet back up? Yeah. The dates on this, and given the question the Mayor just asked about 2006, this sheet says it's actually 2021. That's why I took it on notice to find out if there's a discrepancy on that. But if we go to the far end of that base, what we're talking about here are the ones that are actually in the orange, because they are all the current ones who do not have an existing lease. We've just worked through a new template for the leases that can actually now be used, and it clarifies all these sorts of things. So they're the ones in the orange are the ones we talk about, and they're the others in the green are the ones that it doesn't impact at this stage because they've got these longer term leases. I think that clarifies it.
Yes, thank you very much. And the second question, maybe more of a comment, is for those people that have been asking continually, because I had a few emails reflecting Mr. Mayor's comment about requesting leases and not getting them. It doesn't seem fair that we've sort of got some that are going to not see the impact of this for a long time, and others are going to get a hit with it straight away, even when they have been asking for leases.
Yeah. Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Manager.
Yeah, it is. It's just, unfortunately, as people have, or as it is, it's people will have leases in place, and we've got to look at how we transition those in there. We have been working on the new template for the leases for the airport. So we didn't want to go and put people on old leases when we're actually working on a new standard lease for all of them. So we're actually at that point now. We started to move on this, and we would have already had this all well down the track. We knew the Mayoral minute was coming up, so we've ceased doing that until we actually get through today's council meeting.
Excellent, thank you. I do have a few more questions, Mr. Mayor, but would you like others to go first?
Okay, we'll get Councillor Ring and come back to you, Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Are there any vacancies in any of the airport hangars at the moment?
Yes, there are two.
Yeah, we've got two vacant.
Right, cool. And what are the total users of the airport? That's not, I guess, the RFS or that kind of thing.
No, through Mr. Mayor, these are basically the tenants. A number of these are, as I said, they're private people leasing the space or a hangar and parking their private planes in there. There are a number of businesses operate out of there. We've got a aircraft engineering firm. We've got a charter firm. There's a couple of others as well. So, yeah, there's a mix of private individuals and companies.
And
Before we go on, Councillor, I'm going to come back to you.
yeah.
Mr. Thorogood, can you amend this Excel document at all? You yourself now?
Not going any.
Because we don't have tenant number 5. On the left, we've only got 16 hangars, not 17. It's just a basic error, and we need tenant 5 back in the play.
5 is out.
But
We occupied 5.
okay, but it's not on the list, so you don't. Okay, so okay, well that's not explained. Thank you very much. We're not going to charge ourselves. Thank you. Council Ring again, please.
And given the airport master plan, are these fees and what are the main sources of income for the airport?
Yeah,
Mr. Mitchell.
Through you, Mr. So the airport only generates about $60,000-$70,000 a year in terms of income. So this is one source of that. The other is airport movements, which are majority cases are based on landing fees or movements, and that's part of our adopted fees and charges every year. We also have, as we'll consider later this council meeting, at item 10.8, the commercial agreement that'll be contemplated, and there's income that comes from that. But our income sources for the airport are incredibly limited. As I said, at most around about $70,000 a year, and our costs are significantly greater than that, which is why we're running at a $450,000 to $500,000 operating deficit every year, excluding depreciation, and as the general manager pointed out, excluding any significant capital expenditure that we have to fund. And as council's aware from previous briefings, we've got a major major runway upgrade, which will be a minimum of $11 million, and we've got $5 million of grant funding for that at the moment. But that other balance is not funded and will be funded by out of general revenue.
Thank you. Councillor Ring, further?
Yeah. Oh, I just had one last question, and it might sound a bit silly, but can I just go use the airport as a general member of the public? Do I have access to it, and how would that work?
You can drive out and be on the non-air side, but you can't get on the air side where the aircraft are. Basically, yeah, go for a drive and have a look and watch planes land and take off, and watch the parachuters come down when the COF skydivers are using it. But yeah, it's available to the public. No correction needed. No, that's fine. But thank you. Any further questions? Councillor, you have a question, Councillor Patterson? Because you need to speak to your amendment at the moment.
Yeah,
Yes,
just
question.
a question.
Thank you. Councillor Patterson?
Yeah, I'm just putting together my words. Okay, a couple of questions through to the general manager, if that's all right, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Approximate number of users of the airport, approximate number. So let's just say 15, 16 hangars. Is that where we are?
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor.
You're just talking about the people with the hangars. We've got other users of the airport too.
Yeah, well, let's just talk about the
RFS
people
and
that have charged to use the
ambulances
airport.
and so
Yeah.
forth. Mr. General Manager?
Yeah, but broadly, you've got the people operating out of the hangars. You have emergency services, so the RFS aviation wings there during bushfire season. Several of our air ambulance services use the airport, and we also have visiting aircraft, including Defence Forces occasionally, will come and actually use the airport and that as well, and other aircraft from different areas flying in.
So,
So
the majority of these would be people with hangars. I think you explained before, private owners, private airplanes.
There are a number of the existing hangars that are housing private aeroplanes. That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. So, and then we're looking at
Yeah.
$500,000 a year cost. That's per year, yeah, plus depreciation. So we could be going up to $700,000 or $800,000 a year in actual going in the red for the airport.
That's correct.
Okay. So this is the dilemma that councillors face. We have all
No,
these
no,
people-
you're debating at the moment.
No,
You-
I'm not
You need a
no.
question, please.
My
A question
question-
only.
Okay, my other question is, how do we justify the expenditure? This is a question. How do we justify the expenditure on private owners of airplanes that put them in hangars that are on spaces that we own? I have race cars that I have to put in my own sheds at home. How do we justify people who have their own private airplanes be putting in subsidised hangars that are subsidised by our ratepayers? How do we justify that?
Mr. General Manager,
Yeah.
a rhetorical question.
It's very Mr. Mayor. That's, I guess, the reason why we've put this proposed recommendation. It starts to address some of that issue, albeit only to a very limited scale. The airport master plan and the section I read out before about becoming financially sustainable and maximising commercial opportunities is the only way council can really do that. There is a bit of a difference between having an aeroplane and racing cars, and that you need a runway to actually take off with the plane, so you do need to house it at the airport. So yes, there is a slight. They don't get an option on that. However, having said that, they should still be paying a fair and reasonable amount, and what is being proposed and phasing it in over 2 years starts to address in some small way the level of subsidy that the general ratepayer is paying at the moment.
Another question. Councillor Butterfield, then Councillor Bain.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, I apologise, Councillor Butterfield. You can actually debate it, or you can ask a question. You
Yeah,
can
I just
actually
want to ask a question.
take a position if you like.
Yeah,
Thank you.
got a couple of questions here. Through you, Mr. Mayor, maybe the General Manager. Just with, I've noticed here with some of these leases, there's actually quite a lot here up into as high as 2041. Is there one reason behind such long terms? And the second question, is there any exit fees for these tenants, as some are businesses and some are actually private owners? Is there any exit fees if they get out before those leases are up?
I would suggest, Councillor Butterfield, that each lease might be different on that aspect, but Mr. General Manager?
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, they are and historically have been all individualised leases. Most of these, they've actually built the hangar themselves, and also obviously with the commercial businesses, we want to give them enough security so that if they're taking out loans and that sort of thing from a business perspective, they've got a reasonable time frame that they can actually use that lease as security if they go to the bank. So there's commercial considerations in that, and what's the payback time if they build the hangar on our land? What's the payback sort of time for that as well? So if they depart, they are required to make good the site. If they depart early or at the end of the tenancy and they don't actually move, they can sell them, but obviously they need to. The leases with council, so council has got to be able to agree to that as well for the new tenants actually going to come in. So, yeah.
Councillor Butterfield, that's it? Yes? Yeah, you did have another
Yeah,
question?
that's all, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Bain, please.
Yes, I'd like to speak against the motion. I believe that another 6 months until it comes to council in June 24 to set fees and charges would be appropriate to review these leases and to make it for council to make a decision on what those fees and charges will be. That would be, I believe that's the process that we should be following, and that way it goes out on public exhibition and we can take in time in that consultation. I I think we've got leases here that are, expired over 4 years ago. The opportunity that would come with that would be the potential of aligning our leases with when council decides fees and charges. So making annual renewal of lease or whatever those decisions are. I understand that, and I appreciate that council staff have removed the airside curtilage from the proposal. My understanding is that it is not legal to put a lease on airside curtilage. That's my understanding. I'm thinking about if there is income that comes from these leases, was that then going to be tied to the airport, or is that going to general fund? Or interested in how that might work. And if people are paying these increased leases, can they then start using that land, developing that land around their hangar? So they might want to put in a few plants and plant some trees or whatever, or they might want to park a few vehicles there, or but will they have the use of that land if they're leasing it? And finally, my final point is to consider, and I hear what Councillor Patterson said, that we've got a significant cost to the airport. What is the purpose of the airport? Is the purpose of the airport to provide an opportunity for recreational aircraft, or is its purpose to provide access for emergency services? Like we're asking people who are private, who are recreational flyers and small businesses to take responsibility for solving a problem that is, again, maybe another state or federal government cost shifting, that we have to maintain this airport. We have to maintain it because we have to have that access for emergency services. It's not really a choice. We can't just decide, or can we decide that we want to close the airport? I would prefer to support the Mayor's original notice of mayoral minute and take this to council fees and charges consultation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson, you wanted to have other questions, or can I go to Councillor?
I'll try and speed them up because I did have quite a few.
Okay.
If that's okay, Mr. Mayor.
Then I'll come back to you, Councillor Ring.
My concern is with raising rates, which I totally understand from an SRV perspective. There is a chance that if we do raise rates and airport users can't afford it, we end up with vacancies and the overall income actually decrease. We still have vacancies there now. What can we do about, we haven't been able to fill them on low rates. If we put the rates up, how will we expect to attract people to them once rates are increased?
Possibly a debating point, but Mr. General Manager?
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor. You've got when you look at those increases, you're talking relatively small amounts in the scheme of things. If you're running a business and if over 2 years you can't absorb that sort of amount, I think you've got more serious issues with your business than the amounts we're actually talking about for a lease, which still realistically, if they wanted to go somewhere else, they'd be paying a lot more if they wanted to go to one of our neighbouring airports. The question around the private owners is, again, it's what level of subsidy should the ratepayers be paying for people to privately house their planes, and the lease amount would certainly be a fraction of the cost of owning and operating an airport, owning and operating a plane. So, we believe it's a reasonable position for council on behalf of the ratepayers to be taking, to actually be asking these people to pay slightly more than what they currently are. We've listened to their issues. We've pulled back on that airside land to assist in that area. Once they have very clear defined boundaries around their site, they're able to actually do what they like in that site, in response to Councillor Bain's comment before. If they wish to put extra buildings on that, they just go through the normal planning process for that. It does allow them that exclusive use of that land, which they haven't had before. So there are benefits they're actually getting by doing this as well.
Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, thank you. So that was another question I had was, can they, for example, subject to council approval, extend their hangars?
Yes.
Mr. General Manager.
Yes.
And does maintenance of that area fall, who's responsible for maintenance of that area?
Yeah. Through you, Mr. Mayor, we've traditionally mown all the areas wherever we possibly can. If someone's got, a plane parked there or something, obviously we can't do that. Our intention at the moment is to continue to do that. Technically under the leases they would, but if we've got our tractor mower out there running around the airside, no, it's just as quick and easy for them to run around the rest of the area as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ring, please, followed by Councillor White, then Councillor Saul.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wondered the use of the airport of recreational versus the use for like RFS or emergency services. Like how many landings do we have for recreational versus how many do we have for the other?
Thank you. We'll have to take that on notice. Councillor Ring. Councillor White, please.
Yeah, thank you. I have some thoughts and then some questions. And my first thoughts before reading this was that I received all these emails as well, and quite a few emails and discussions with airport users as well. And I agree that it is difficult to ask the residents and ratepayers to subsidise the cost of the airport, given that council has stated long-term financial plan is unstable, and in the November meeting, council approved, or the councillors rather approved council to lodge the submission for the IPART SRV request. And we also did request that council find $79 million savings. So I do find it difficult to ask that. I like Councillor Ring's question about exclusive use of public land. That's exactly what we're talking about. We can go and watch the planes, but we can't set up a picnic inside that airport. We can't, no one can, unless I presume you've got CASA regulations. Like we can't go on those hangars and set up a picnic. No, it's exclusive use. Yeah. But we can go to the airport itself. We can watch the planes, but it is exclusive use on the airport, on the inside where the planes take off. I'm sort of pleased to see the removal of that airside land. My other comment is there is a massive difference in the fees currently being charged between $3.94 for some and $19.25 per square metre. And this is no way at all equitable in my view. And I think the current system of fees and charges is not being applied equitably. And if I was the one paying $19 next to someone paying $3, I would be not happy at all. I just don't think that's fair. I've had a lot of representation from airport users during the public exhibition of the fees and charges earlier in the year in relation to the landing fees. And now we've got another fee increase here, which does impact on the commercial users and the airport and the hobbyists. And prior to seeing this, I was sort of wondering what that total increase looks like. And I am concerned about the impacts on the commercial users. I 100% agree with Councillor Bain's comment about the purpose of the airport and the cost shifting and legal requirement. And I question our legal requirement of whether we have to maintain it. The council has to maintain it. It was given to council, my understanding, or handed to council from the federal government. Why can't we hand it back? Why can't we declare, say, we can't afford it? Come and help us out like that. So can we partner with them? There is an emergency service requirement there. As I said, I do have difficulty asking ratepayers to subsidise the airport. There's 17 hangars there, 2 are vacant. We're actually now talking about 8 that are impacted. I am glad to see that there is a 75% reduction, a 25% reduction proposed for the flying club. And I know that they probably still won't be happy with that, but at least it's a compromise. As far as the recommendation here on number 4 and this one in front of us, and prior to seeing it, I really would have liked to have seen more analysis on the cumulative impact of those fees, the impact specifically on the commercial users, because I've had emails saying that there's 3 of them, that they may not be able to absorb those costs. There's opportunities for them to go elsewhere. And Councillor Ferguson said, well, if that happens, then we get no income from them. I want to have a look at the likelihood that some users will leave due to the escalation of costs because it's unaffordable, whether the flying club would have to fold, and whether it isn't a value for money in comparing like for like with the other airports. So I do agree with this amendment and acknowledge that I don't think that the flying club still won't be happy with that outcome. But I agree with that recommendation. Oh, I do have questions actually. What are the lease terms? So 2041 is a very long lease term. Are the lease terms the same for everyone when they will be implemented?
Mr. General Manager.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, that's part of the issue that our staff have faced out there is, and it's exactly what you highlighted. We've had leases from $3 up to $718. There's been no consistency. Moving to this model, you actually have a consistent base in which to actually enter into those leases, and that's set as a valuation of square metres of land you actually own, and that becomes a standard thing. Historically, those arrangements have been made, as I said, individually. They've been negotiated over a very long period of time, historically going back many, many years. So you as a council and us as staff have actually inherited the situation we're in as well. And we're trying to deal with those legacy issues by standardising contracts now or leases now, so they've got standard terms in them, that it's got a standard independent valuation rate in it, and we can actually then lock them into terms that are suitable, whether it's for private users or whether it's suitable for commercial users. Those terms can actually be negotiated as well in terms of the length of the leases.
Yeah, I mean, just a quick look on here, the ones that are locked in, it's really not fair. They are paying thousands of dollars and much higher than the $9.20, while others are paying quite low. And yeah, I agree. It absolutely needs to be standardised. The lease terms, the lease fee definitely needs to be standardised. And we need, a pardon the pun, but a soft landing to get there, so that we're not having an unduly impact on commercial use, because as Councillor Ferguson said, they may get an opportunity elsewhere and it may not be viable for them, and then it defeats the whole purpose of why we're looking at trying to get some more revenue out of the airport.
Thank you. Councillor Saul.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and staff and ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Mayor, this decision comes down to money. We're debating on this amendment, allowing to airport users and the hangar operators more time to pay for an increase in rates for use of the leases, I should say, for their hangars, and compared to adopting it immediately. This is very fair. We're allowing them to, again, raise funds if they need to pay for those costs. But also the most important thing is, Mr. Mayor, is we're being very open here with the community. Now, the community itself is subsidising this airport, as Councillor Patterson in this room has been said, $500,000 a year. Now, very few people use the airport except for the actually hangar leases and minor section who have flying schools and such. Mr. Mayor, there's very few pensioners, I think, have aeroplanes. Yesterday, we had a debate and a commentary on the importance of keeping the community pool. So what I'm getting at is, what is more important to the community? I think they'd rather see their pool remain open, used by a larger section of the community, and not lose that, compared to asking for a few hangar leases to pay slightly extra. So the question is, where's our priority? Our priority should be for our community, and the less affluent shouldn't be, because the more affluent wish to have a hangar space that they can use at their leisure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I'll speak against the amendment that's before us, put up by Councillor Patterson. Taking on board what some of you have said, the important thing for everyone to understand, in my opinion, is those debate on this one, on the amendment.
Yeah, if you speak now.
Yep. Well, I can say that.
Yeah.
Well, anyone else wishing to speak before I spoke? This has been pointed out to me. I've got to close debate on the amendment as the mover. And Councillor Ring, you wish to speak on the debate?
Yeah. Oh.
Councillor Ring? And sorry, I'm mayor there. I'm still learning even after 2 years. Councillor Ring, you wish to speak?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I wish to speak in favour of this motion. I think as a ratepayer, subsidising the cost for the use of the airport for recreational use to me isn't fair or equitable. And while I acknowledge that these fees won't be applied across the board due to leases, you know, as someone who's under 30 and born into a generation where things are quite different to some of the people, other people sitting at this table, I think we are at the head of a business and things change and times change, and we need to do what we can to recuperate costs and to have a business model that is sustainable, and it is sustainable to raise these fees. I acknowledge that, you know, it might be some years for some of those leases to expire, but you know, I think this is a very positive step in the right direction for the airport, given the limited income that we have and what the users are doing with the airport. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. No one else wishes to speak. Councillor Whittington, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I agree with Councillor Ring. I think this is a really acceptable compromise. We all have to compromise in life and make difficult decisions. This is a difficult decision. I've thought long and hard about it. And I've also received emails from airport users. I think that the increases are reasonable in the current financial situation that we find ourselves in. I think that the council staff, excuse me 1 minute. I think that the council staff have listened to us and have worked out a compromise as of this morning, which I really appreciate. So I will be supporting this motion, and I'm glad Councillor Patterson put in next financial year, because that was the time frame I wanted to ask.
Can I ask a question, please?
You're asking a question?
And it's based on the fact that because you're going to close debate. This is a procedural question.
Yeah, I closed it. What I'll do, I'll close it by speaking against it or for it. I'll be closing debate on the amendment, and then it's either carried or not carried, and then it becomes a motion.
If the amendment gets up, I get to speak to it. That's what. If my motion gets up that I put in the amendment, if it gets up, I would like to speak to it.
You can, if it becomes a motion, you can speak again. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that procedural question, Councillor Patterson. I'll formally speak against the amendment. The reason, and it's quite alarming to me, on how we govern and control the decisions of council. The fundamental issue here is that staff sent letters to the hangar owners increasing their charge for their hangar space by, on average, 157% over 2 years. It did not come to council. It was not coming to council until I put up the Mayoral minute. Can I make that very clear? It's only here because I said this is not how you change charges and fees to people in Kempsey Shire. We have a procedure called the annual operating plan, which has in it fees and charges that are adopted after being exhibition. These charges have been changed without being put on exhibition. And this morning, I feel it hasn't been fair to us as councillors to have this replacement amendment put up by, or recommendation put up by staff at the 11th hour, the last minute. And I feel we are being pushed into this. I would rather us defer a decision till we can get more information. And that more information would come out of the original motion. The original motion was based on the very important point I'm making, a need for fulsome consultation with stakeholders and the community on these charges that are changing. We need to understand the impact of the proposed changes on attracting more users to the airport. We shouldn't be comparing ourselves with fees and charges for Coffs Harbour and Port Macquarie, which are large commercial airports with lots of movements, with regular passenger transport. We don't have those. We are not in the league of Coffs Harbour or Port Macquarie. So I really want you to consider, councillors, why we should be accepting the comparisons with other airports when we should be comparing what is historical at Kempsey Airport, which is a charge based on the square metres of the hangars. All of a sudden, we're going to expand the area that is being leased, and therefore we can get more money. I go with the idea of there being more financial sustainability as a theme of what we do, but we really do need to be careful and have a consistent approach to fees and charges. At the moment, this, to me, is ad hoc. It has to be a decision by councillors. It should have been a decision by councillors. It wasn't going to be a decision by councillors till I brought forward the Mayoral Minute. The final thing I'll say on this, and I'm asking councillors to reconsider their vote if they have already decided, I'm asking you to change your decision to reject this amendment because of the very important thing of how we operate as a council. We have to adopt an approach that is clear and acting with integrity on behalf of the whole community. We, by this decision, are overturning, and the decision I mean changing the idea of how we measure the hangar area to curtilage inclusive of the hangar. It's overturning a long-term custom and practice. Those people out there have leases now understood that they were leasing on the square metres of the hangar. And here we have a change. So I will close that debate on the amendment. And because it's now closed, I'm going to put it to the vote. Is there any dissent from the amendment before us on the screen? 3 dissenting, 5 in favour. I declare the amendment carried. Six in favour. Sorry, again, my maths is not good. Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. So it's 6-3 in favour. It's carried. It now becomes a motion, and the motion before us is what's on the screen, and we can now have people debate it as the motion, or even suggest an amendment to it. Possibly a good even better suggestion before we go any further with the motion before us. I'll adjourn for morning tea, and we'll be back here at 5 to 11 to close this down. And for those people who were here for another matter, I apologise, but we are doing a fulsome and careful debate on the issues before us. Thank you, everyone. We're right now.
We're good to go.
Right, thank you, everyone. Thanks you, councillors. We're back in session. We now have the motion before us, which was the amendment. It's now become the motion. Any councillor may now speak to the motion, and that's not it. That's the one that is now the motion before us. It's got 1, 2, 3, 4 points. Councillor Patterson, you wish to speak to the motion before us?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
That's not
I've
it.
got,
Mr.
I've got a number of points that I'd like to speak to, and number one is I understand why time is not on our side to get this through, and the staff bringing that to council. We made a promise to our community that we would look at fees, charges. We would look at making savings where we can, and actually being financially sustainable. We asked our council staff to do that. We have not got time on our side. The SRV has been applied for, so we need to act promptly and not wait. So probably one of my main things here is my question is to everyone: who pays? Are our ratepayers that are listening to us today, that are here in our audience today, are our ratepayers happy to subsidise private aeroplanes, hangars and private businesses? Are we happy about that? I don't think they will be. Access by emergency services really has no impact on that. I can put that through actually to a question to the General Manager. Mr. General Manager, is there any difference in the access to the airport by emergency services, RFS, medical, etc., by the action of this motion?
Mr. General Manager?
No.
So there's no difference at all. So just another question through to you, Mr. General Manager, through Mr. Mayor. Those fees and charges that have been adopted in this motion, where have they come from, and where did you get those from? Are they just plucked out of the sky, Mr. General Manager?
Mr. General Manager?
Yep, through Mr. Mayor. No, the council staff have acted in line with constant council resolutions in relation to this matter, and we've seen this as an operational matter, and that's why we actually proceeded to make contact with it. I read earlier from the adopted master plan where council made a position quite clear about trying to maximise the income and the return on its investment out there. Council also adopted the fees and charges at the end of June for this financial year. And in that, it actually has for land and lease fees, they are market-based rental valuations and plus legal fees. So staff have been acting totally in line with council's current resolution and its adopted fees and charges.
Excellent. So you're actually doing what us as councillors have asked you to do. With us as councillors are showing our community we're delivering savings, us as a council rather, a whole council, and reducing costs as much as we can, as we promised, as we would deliver. The SRV application that we put in last month was about over a 3-year period, and that over that 3-year period, if we could get more savings, those increases would be less. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Mitchell, could you give his outline on that, on those the possible reduction in the actual rates in the SRV to our ratepayers by achieving those savings? Is this part of those savings?
Don't know if that's in order, that question, but you want to try it?
Yeah.
Mr. General Manager.
Yeah, I'll try. I think I know what Councillor Patterson. You're talking about generally, and also we've made a commitment to make at least $500,000 savings overall, and that saving should be through cutting costs or increasing revenue. So to change that position, which is around 2%. I guess if we didn't do that, it'd be about an extra 2% on the rate increase. So this additional income is part of going towards those savings for it. So this, they're all small bits of the puzzle that will actually come together for us to actually make those savings and hit the additional income, all the cost reductions that make up that $500,000.
And just the last point I'd like to bring up about this is, we're looking at council land that's used by private enterprise, people who own their own aeroplane, people.
Your time's up, Councillor Patterson. Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, did you stop it for the questions? No. I'll give you time to finish, Councillor Patterson. I'll give you 30 seconds.
Still up, Mr. Mayor. Today we'll be looking at asking.
That's it. Keep going. Your 30 seconds starts now, and it'll be on my watch.
We're looking at the use of let's just say a pool at Gladstone used by, I would say, a limited number. We're looking at people, ratepayers subsidising that, which is used by the community, by people who don't have aeroplanes, let's just say, and some people who do have aeroplanes. But at the same time, we're asking those same ratepayers, is it okay to subsidise private airplane owners in private businesses? That's what I think we should not be doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Councillor Ferguson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question was partially answered, but for clarification purposes, I'd like to know the difference between the original mayoral minute was brought to us through a mayoral minute. The original motion was brought to us via a mayoral minute. I'm just asking the difference between that and item 10.11, which was a minor item on green waste. Why did we not see a motion on something as big as this when we saw a motion on something as a green waste at Bellbrook Tip?
Mr. Mitchell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So I guess in relation to the other item that you referred to there, Councillor Ferguson, 10.11, which is the green waste fees at Bellbrook. That was a fee that had to be publicly exhibited and then brought back. So it was left out of the adopted fees and charges, and so it went through the process. And that's why it has a separate report. And so any changes to adopted fees and charges would go through that same process, because they've been through a process to be adopted prior to the June council meeting. And if there are any changes or any new fees, then we would go through that same process in terms of having that public exhibition period. The difference for the one in relation to this is it's actually in the fees and charges, which the General Manager just referred to. So there is a fee and charge already in the adopted fees and charges, which went out on exhibition along with the other integrated planning and reporting documents last April and May, which is around vacant council land and lease fees. And that what the fee and charge in relation to that, it says market-based rental plus valuation plus legal fees. So it's specifically included in there, and that's what council exhibited, and then that's what councillors adopted in June. And so that covers all of our leases, so that when we go, as leases come up for renewal, which you'll have, as we've seen even today, there's leases which will have different expiry dates. And so the renegotiation, if you like, of those and the re-entering of leases are done at that time based on the market rental that applies for those leases, whatever those leases may be, in accordance with that adopted fee and charge.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bain, please.
Yes, once again, the difference between what is operational and what is strategic. I absolutely believe that as a councillor, I need a little bit more training in differentiating that. I get now, I thank you for the background, Mr. Mitchell. The understanding that we had passed this through our fees and charges, but we weren't aware of maybe what the implications were, and that's probably, as a councillor, I need to be more careful about my due diligence in understanding the ramifications of some of the things that we passed through that suite of IP&R documents. I just want to reiterate, so I accept that that it is a commercial decision that we've given approval for, so I've changed my position on that, but I just want to reiterate that point about what is the purpose of our airport, and just that the suggestion that the ratepayers are subsidising these private aircraft owners. We're not. We're actually, ratepayers are paying to keep the airport open for those emergencies. The main purpose, I believe, of the airport is that we have access to those emergency services. To address how many, to compare how many landings and takeoffs there are, you need to look at, during the recent fires, there would have been a hell of a lot. And when we haven't got fires and emergencies, there's not many. But I mean, there's more private ones. But yeah, I think I will be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. There's no further speakers. I will formally close debate. I'll take on board what Councillor Bain just said. A lot of people talk about the fact that it's costing ratepayers money, but in the same realm, swimming pools, playgrounds, the library next door, subsidised by ratepayers, and as councillors, we make the decision on how much service we provide to the community. And it's very important to understand the concept of the airport being a service more than a profit-making part of council's operations. And part of the motion before us is to look forward to making the airport more financially sustainable, and I welcome that. But we have the issue of it in the main over the years since it was handed to Kempsey Council in 1993. The airport has never made a profit. It's always been a service to the people. And we now have the idea of the service or emergency services. I've been told that because of the base at the recent October bushfires, the base part of the fighting of fires upriver was Kempsey Airport. And I've been told by an RFS officer that they believe they saved 214 homes from being burnt because of the air wing at Kempsey Airport. Now, burning down 214 homes, you try and do the maths on that and see how much saving to our community that was. It's a very essential part of the service we provide because of a decision back in 1993 that we take on the airport by the then council, led by Councillor Mayor Stuart McIntyre, who signed the document accepting it. In retrospect, it was a wrong decision because of the constant costs to council of keeping the airport open. At the moment, we're not considering closing it, but that might be part of the financial sustainability report that comes to us in the next financial year. So I complete my points on this. I would much rather have adopted the original Mayoral minute, but I can see that the majority of council seem to be supporting this motion before us. So I close debate and I will now put the motion that is now before us. Is there any dissent to the motion before us? And there is one. That's me. And I declare it carried. I believe, Councillor Saul, you have a procedural motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, Mr. Mayor, I wish to, with your indulgence, please bring forward the 10.2 aquatic strategy.
Thank you very much. Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Bain. Is there any dissent in the procedural motion? We bring forward 10.2. No dissent. We'll now deal with 10.2 and then come back to 9.2, the Local Traffic Committee report. Councillor Saul.
Mr. Mayor, with your indulgence again, I wish to propose an alternative recommendation on the 10.2 aquatic strategy.
So this is the one that's been brought forward by staff this morning and council.
Yes, Mr. Mayor,
first
it
time
is.
this morning. Thank you. And you wish to move that?
Yes, I do, please.
You don't have to accept moving it and seconding at the moment unless you've got some questions about the validity of what's happening in the recommendation. I might ask General Manager to speak to this too because it's all new to us. Councillor Patterson, you wish to second it? So it's been formally moved. I'll get you to speak to it in a moment if I can, Councillor Saul, but I'd ask the General Manager to speak to what is in the proposed alternate recommendation before you. And it's on the screen. It's got 4 points. Thank you, Mr. General Manager.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, I'll just speak briefly and I'll ask Mr. Mitchell to just give a bit more detail to it. Following the public forum yesterday and the discussion we had at the council briefing afterwards, the staff have been considering what was recommended and what may be a better recommendation moving forward for looking at the aquatic strategy and all of our pools across the entire Shire. What this recommendation seeks to do is allow more time for more detailed consideration of the various aspects of it. It also allows the staff to get on with the high priority areas that need to be dealt with in the pool strategy. It makes it quite clear as well that that in the strategy recommendation 16 is the recommendation that we actually look at developing a closure plan for the Gladstone pool. That is not included in this recommendation. So we're not making that move. To be honest, I'm not saying that may not be a recommendation in the future, but it isn't a recommendation now. What it does do, though, is allow us to do that further detailed investigation and look how, as we deal with, again, the legacy of having 4 pools for 30,000 people and the fact that it is unsustainable for us as a community to keep operating all of those. How do we move forward with that? So this allows that. I think Mr. Mitchell, I'll get him to particularly the point 2 to outline what those particular recommendations are and give a little bit more depth to that.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. For councillors, if you look at point 2 is recommendations 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11, 12, 13, 14 and 15. We haven't seen those. They are in the actual aquatic strategy, but they're all on different pages. So Mr. Mitchell, could you help us with that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Now, the actually are all on the one page. So if you go to the implementation plan that starts on page 42, all of those actions are listed one after the other. And I do apologise, it would make the recommendation substantially long if I was to include the words for each of those 8 or so items that have been called out to be progressed. I guess just following on from the General Manager's comments and taking into account what we heard yesterday through the public forum and the briefing and the work that's happened overnight, this alternate recommendation that's proposed really enables that long-term planning which has come up and we've been talking about in terms of the status of all 4 pools. It really gives us the opportunity to think about that well into the future, given the age of all of those pools and the challenges that we've got in terms of managing those. So that's, I guess, the recommendation. Just, I guess, additional couple of comments in relation to what the General Manager noted. In relation to the recommendation suggesting that should still be progressed that are detailed within the aquatic strategy, I'll just give a quick overview. So recommendation 2 relates to Crescent Head and Southwest Rocks, working towards increase in attendance at those through programming improvements, etc. I think everyone would agree that that's an important one that we wouldn't not continue with at this stage. Recommendation 5 talks about improvements to be made to facility reporting. by the operators who we engage to run the pools, because obviously that information then helps in terms of future decision making. So we would like to proceed with that action and implementing that so that we get that improved reporting. Recommend is similar. Talks about establishing closer working relationships with the operators to assist in the delivery of programs and services of common interest to the community, and makes reference to grant-funded opportunities and progressing that as well. So again, not something that needs to wait whilst this other body of work proceeds. Recommendation 7 talks about working with the operators again, but particularly in relation to opportunities regarding sustainability and inclusion outcomes that were defined in the strategy and other council strategies and plans. And I know that was touched on last night during from several of the speakers. That's something that we can continue to do both in terms of sustainability and inclusion outcomes. So is recommended to proceed. Item 8. Recommendation, I should say, 8 is an important one, which is around the detailed investigations around the structural integrity of the Kempsey swimming pool complex shells. That's one that was identified as an immediate action, and we would highly recommend that occurs immediately. It also then will help in those longer term planning considerations as well. Item number 11 is the consideration around future heating of Southwest Rock swimming pool and potential extension of operators, and again makes reference to that in the context of future site planning and grant funding opportunities. So again, that's something that we can continue to look at and consider whilst this other longer term piece of work occurs. Item 12 talks about council and the Southwest Rocks swimming pool operator establishing closer working relationships with the Southwest Rocks Country Club, with a view to realising cooperative opportunities for delivery of future programming and operational matters. And that obviously reflects the fact that the current arrangements out there where it's a council-owned pool that's on country club-owned land. So again, one that we would recommend proceeding with. Recommendation 13 is at Southwest Rock Swimming Pool again, and in conjunction with the swimming pool operator and the country club, look for improvements to accessibility, sustainability, and upgrades to kiosk and entry area. Item 14, a similar point in relation to Crescent Head Aquatic Centre around investigating opportunities for improved furniture and shade within the facility. And recommendation 15 was around, on a similar vein, to continue to look for funding opportunities in relation to that item 14 that I just talked about at Crescent Head, as ways of actually funding some of those improvements. So the rationale or the logic from a staff perspective was, whilst the original report was written to adopt the aquatic strategy, taking on board the feedback from the public forum, the councillor briefing, is that we would literally note the work that's happened in relation to investigating and the engagement into the aquatic strategy, but we believe that it would be appropriate for those items that I've just given an overview of, for us to continue to proceed with those in the absence of adopting the whole aquatic strategy, given that the aquatic strategy also had recommendations in relation to Gladstone Pool, which we've taken out of this recommendation.
Thank you very much. Speakers on this. First of all, we've got Councillor Saul who's moving it, and then I'll come to Councillor Riddington and Wyatt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and staff and ladies and gentlemen. I think this is a wonderful way forward. We've heard from the community, we've heard their concerns. If we can adopt this, it allows us some breathing space to give time and consideration what needs to be done. I applaud the community with their efforts. I applaud the speakers yesterday. I think that was very passionate, and they told council how much their community means to them. Government's about community, which is very important. So I urge councillors to support this. I think it's a way forward. I think it's a good compromise to make sure that we, as the council, still have services for our community, but long term try to make sure that we, can either fund or so to make sure we can continue. So And lastly, Mr. Mayor, as a tongue in cheek, I'll need to go buy a pair of board shorts now so I can swim in the Gladstone pool.
Thank you, Councillor Saul.
Try Keeney.
Right. Councillor Riddington, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much to the staff for listening to our community, our respectful, well-organised, well-articulated community on their beautiful pool. To me, this means a lot. I've got goosebumps now. I think this is a very, very good result, and I thank the staff very, very much.
Yeah.
I was coming in this morning ready for a blast, but this was great, absolutely great. I think I would like to kind of add another kind of dot point to that. I don't know if that's acceptable, Mr.
You can
Mayor.
move an amendment anytime.
Yeah, I would just like to add work collaboratively with the community on the Gladstone pool strategy so that we get all your ideas. I'd also assume, I don't ever like to assume, that we will be looking at different funding sources, for example, grants, private enterprise. I know that the community has reached out to some private businesses in our shire, and I really do know that there is interest in this particular area to put in some funding. But we really do need to know the extent of the actual remediation of the pool. We need to have a really good understanding of the costings, the work that needs to be done, and hopefully in the future, and there is no guarantees, but if we work collaboratively together, we can all reach an understanding of where we go in the future. So thank you.
So your amendment, Councillor Riddington, would read something like this, and you can correct me. Work collaboratively with the Gladstone community on the future of the memorial pool.
Thank you.
Would you accept that, Councillor?
I do. Sorry, do I accept it or does
Mr.
No,
Mayor,
you moved it. We haven't got a seconder yet, but the mover might accept it without having to get a seconder.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to see the wording, but I'm happy what I'm hearing in actual.
Work collaboratively with Gladstone community on the future of the memorial pool.
Yeah, do you see some wording so we know what we're voting on, Mr. Mayor?
That's right, Councillor Saul. Fingers of Mr. Thorogood are working furiously. Coming to Councillor White next, and then Councillor Bain. Right. With the Gladstone Smithtown community or Lower Macleay community, Lower Macleay community.
I think that's acceptable.
I didn't hear any of that from the gallery because they cannot contribute. No. So you accept that as well, Lower Macleay community, Councillor Saul, into your motion?
Just reading it again, Mr. Mayor. Work collaboratively with the Lower Macleay community on the future of the memorial pool. Well, I think that's very good. It was in 5 after that, or was it?
That's it.
Well, it's 0.5.
It's
Okay.
just, it'll be reworded in a moment.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just want to make sure what we're passing is correct. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Riddington. You finished speaking.
And thank you very much.
Right, we'll move to Councillor White and then Councillor Bain.
Thank you. I also was going to come out a little bit swinging too, and I really thank the council and the councillors for listening. This is a really good outcome. Like 6 months ago, maybe I would have sort of said, okay, close the pool, but I'm here to represent you, the community, and they don't want their pool closed. Clearly, you came together with a community spirit to save the Gladstone pool, and you did this with the utmost dignity and respect, and I'm grateful for you to do that. You're very inspiring. You've demonstrated a willingness to collaborate with council and businesses to maintain and upgrade and manage your pool. You have come with an understanding of the problem around the financial situation, and the condition, and you've been solution focused. Last week came out to, I think I went to 2 of your meetings out there last week.
Councillor Wyatt.
Here today, yep.
You're talking to the,
Oh, yeah,
talking to the
you.
councillors, please.
I'm
We've got
talking
to
to
make
all
the
of us.
decision. They can
Last
overhear
week
you.
they came to the
They can
committee.
overhear you talking to the councillors.
Sorry,
Thank
I'm
you.
talking to us. Okay, I'm talking to everyone. Last week, went out there and a speaker was very emotional, talking about, you know, putting a value on children's lives or a price on children's lives. Like that just so resonated with me and everybody there, I'm sure. And yesterday, someone talked about the rights of the child to be heard. Again, that resonated with me. Children do not have a voice in the decision making in this country, state, this country. You know, it's up to us as civic leaders and parents and carers to give them a voice. It's certainly a huge motivator for me being on council. So I really thank the person that said, you know, the rights of the child under the United Nations Convention, like spot on. I also thank the community for telling your stories around the construction and the use of the pool. That is a deeply entrenched story and of the fabric, of the social fabric of the Gladstone community. And, you know, I doubt that children want their pool closed. Also resonated with me about the safety and the comfort of older people and people with disability of using the Kempsey pool. Like those stories are heartbreaking as well. And I was sort of thinking, you know, maybe Gladstone Cook Pool, because it is safer, it's more quiet, it could be set up as a specialised pool for disability services. You know, that could be partnering with the community service sector. It could be a niche pool. Who knows? Like, we don't have to have the same operating model. So again, I thank the people who shared their stories about their issues around the disability access and needing for that pool. Like 100% agree. Which they talked yesterday about grant funding was mentioned. There's possibilities there of whether they become an incorporated organisation and partner with community. You know, the report here talks about the pool and asset deterioration and current trends in community pool, and perhaps an inability to provide those improvements has led to where we are here today with, you know, a decrease in patronage and in providing improvements. There's so many complexities now around. We've got a single operator model, which we didn't before. We've got high and didn't before. We've got a high profile didn't before. You know, it's complex. So I'm just really super pleased that the council has listened to the community and councillors as well. And I thank the community for being so passionate in your advocacy. I think that's what democracy is all about, this big community council partnership. And one more point, please. I do want to make an amendment to the recommendations, if I may. I'm wanting councils to consider removing number 11, which is about, and I'm sorry to South West Rocks, is removing the one number 11 about the heating of the South West Rocks pool and keeping in place the water play recommendation about the Kempsey pool. I've said before that I have a big problem with South West Rocks pool being on private owned lands and council maintaining that. I have a real problem with that. So I'm just wondering whether we can change that amendment to take out the one about heating. I'm moving an amendment, yeah. Yes. To remove number 11 and put in its place number 10. What's that bell?
That's a new timer.
I can see that time. It's very distracting. Yeah. Yeah. So number 10 is adding the one about the water play for the Kempsey pool, and number 11 is removing the investigation for the heating of the South West Rocks pool.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. We'll have that amendment. We actually have to look at 11 and 10 as councillors, because we can't have instant recall of what each of those is.
So heating of the South West Rocks.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, so 10 was in relation to the aquatic, to the play area at Kempsey pool.
Yes.
And 11 is about the heating in the South West Rocks pool.
So
the number 11 is purely about an investigation. It's not actually investing. It's actually to find out what the possibilities are and look at it. That could still be done while the rest of this actually happens, and we work out what's going to happen and address Councillor Wyatt's thing. So the investigation certainly could still happen with that. We wouldn't recommend you proceed with 10 until we work out what's actually going to be the long-term solution to the Kempsey pool, because it's no good investing in that if it's not going to be the long-term side of it. And what do we actually do with that pool as well? So there's other fundamental issues with the Kempsey pool around its filtration. At the moment, if someone has an accident in the little kids' play area, it shuts the entire pool because it's got one filtration system. So there's other major issues with Kempsey pool that we'd be wanting to focus on before we start looking at a play park in there.
Okay, thank you. Councillor White, you wish to proceed with your amendment?
Look, I don't know enough detail about that, but it just comes down to the fact that I really have great concerns about the ratepayers, again, residents and ratepayers, paying and supporting a pool that is situated on privately owned land of a country club that makes a lot of money in the things that it does.
To which part of your amendment?
Keeping the amendment in there. So I don't know. I honestly, I would have.
Would intend to take out 11 is what you want to do still?
No.
I do.
You'll need a seconder for that. Anyone wish to second that amendment?
Sorry, kids.
No, there's no seconder, so it lapses, but it's still recorded as your amendment, Councillor White. Thank you. Councillor Bain.
Martin Green, Mr Mayor. I would like to thank Councillor Riddington for her suggestion about the collaborating with the Lower Macleay community, because the obvious gap in point 2 is the investigations into options for Gladstone pool. I share Councillor White's concern about the Southwest Rocks pool, and I kind of think that there's a point where 4 pools in a shire our size is not financially sustainable. And looking at the service, looking at the opportunities in Southwest Rocks as opposed to the opportunities in Gladstone, they're quite different. So, for example, if I was a 12-year-old child in where my parent or parents or carers are working full-time and I want to go for a swim, if I live in Southwest Rocks, I've got an opportunity to go down to the beach and patrolled areas. I've got an opportunity at the camping ground has a pool and has public access for that. But if I'm in Gladstone, the only opportunity for me to cool off is to either have a shower or go and jump in the river for 5 minutes, and that was clearly identified as being a very dangerous way to behave, a dangerous option. So looking at these, fully support numbers 5, 6 and 7 in terms of that the use of the pool and the data of pool attendance is greatly dependent on the management of the pool. It's about the management and the improved reporting and the improved coordination between operators and council. I welcome that as a really good improvement of how we can up the usage of all of our pools. I like the idea of point 12 and 13 of looking at how the country club can work together with council. Country club, I tried to Google their annual report today to look at their financials, but I couldn't. It was quite difficult to find. But I'd be interested in exploring that avenue and seeing if there's quite I'm assuming there's a significant income on poker machines and gambling, and part of that could be going back to community and providing community services. If Southwest Rocks is to be operational, we need to look at all of those opportunities. I'm concerned that out of items, the items in point 2, that there was a gap for Gladstone, and thank you, Councillor Riddington, for filling that gap. And I believe that it'll be very productive to work with the Lower Macleay community in looking at some innovative solutions, and or looking at the reality of a situation with a pool that has declining infrastructure and getting a real idea of what the costs will be to maintain it. But it's important that community is included in this conversation, and that community are are brought along on the journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Questions you're now debating. So you spoke before, but you were
I'm asking questions.
asking a question. Thank you very much.
I've got to figure out how I'm going to ask it now. Okay. As much as I really regard highly and respect Councillors Wyatt and Bain, this is my bailiwick. And I'd like to know if we're looking at putting solar on Southwest Rocks Pool, that would definitely be part of number 11. Could the General Manager just confirm that? Because I'm really interested in this to support our community. In fact, all of Kempsey's community.
Mr. General Manager, please.
Through Mr. Mayor, number 11 is about looking at the heating options, and part of that would be looking at what there is in relation to solar heat pumps, a range of different sustainable options.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Patterson, please.
Thank you. I just got a number of things. First off, last night at the public forum was mentioned quite a bit about safety and people, like especially listening to the youth and learning how to swim, etc. You know, there's so many facets to that. We need to make sure that we don't forget that. The fact is that safety is very holistic. You know, the learn to swim classes, they may be at the public pools, it may be in private pools, school activities, sporting carnivals, you know, surf life saving, Southwest Rocks, Hathead, Crescent Head. All those places are fantastic places to learn how to swim and learn how to manage to survive in the surf. You know where your children are at all times. Private pools and public pools have safe fences, etc. You know, that's something that we need to think holistically and not just think that one little lesson is going to fix that issue. You know, safety over all our pools are a big priority for us, and we've asked council to give us a report back, and they've given us the aquatic strategy showing that our pools are very much aging. Our pools currently, it says following the introduction and the background, the strategy summarises the key findings of the investigations. In particular, the strategy identifies that council's aquatic assets, meaning our pools, are well beyond their ordinary useful life and do not meet current standards and are at risk of imminent failure. That's something that we can't forget. For instance, like the General Manager spoke about, if there's in the Kempsey pool, there's a single filtration system. If there's an incident or one of the use, you know, and some contamination there, all the pools are shut. It affects all the patrons. The other thing there is the constant leaking of water swimming pool. We spoke last night in the briefing session, I believe, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the General Manager, it was approximately $90,000 worth of water leaks at the Kempsey pool at one stage.
That was for 1 quarter.
That was for 1 quarter. So, you know, if we multiply that by 10 years down the track, 5 years down the track, we have to be making sure that we have a sustainable aquatic strategy, and not forgetting the fact that the Gladstone pool, it's fantastic. The community, it's great to see the community together. It's great to see the community stand up for something. And us as council and the council staff have obviously listened to that and are going to hopefully deliver something that's sustainable. But I do think in the end, like Councillor Bain mentioned, 4 swimming pools over this size area, I don't think is sustainable. So I look forward to the support of fellow councillors with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Patterson. I raised a question last night that wasn't able to be answered. I wonder if it has been ascertained the number of litres that have been leaking from Gladstone Pool. Any luck on that? No, not yet. So it's very concerning listening to that the leakage or leakage at all our pools, but the one at Kempsey Pool is quite horrendous, and that needs to be resolved, because that's a huge amount of water being wasted every year. When you multiply the 1 quarter by 4, you're going to get 240,000 litres of water a year being wasted on the present trend. So that's got to be Resolved, and council staff will be doing that, I'm sure. If there's no other debate, I can ask mover to, oh, wait, Councillor Ring, I didn't see your light. Councillor Ring, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I just wanted to, I acknowledge that, financial sustainability is a key factor. But I live up in Willawarren, which is a tiny little village. And so I really love the little villages that we have in our shire. I think they have so much character and they have so much charm. And so I guess I almost echo the sentiments of Councillor Wyatt and Councillor Bain. And I really think that, a community resource like this that has such a legacy offers so many intangible benefits to the community there, health, socially, and their overall well-being. So yeah, I think this is a really, really good outcome for the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Councillor White, you've already spoken. Do you have a question?
I have a question.
Thank you.
Yeah. Just on regards to number 11, point 11, which is investigating the solar input into Southwest Rocks Pool. Is there a cost involved in that?
The investigation or the actual fitting? No.
No, the fitting, yes, definitely there will be a cost. But is there, what is, I mean, none of this has been none of this has been costed, but is there a cost or a resource estimate of what that might look like? And once this is adopted, is it implementation as soon as possible, or is it implementation subject to resources being available to do number 11?
Mr. General Manager, please.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. The latter, it'll be as we have the resources available to actually carry out this implementation. It sits in our commercial business area. It's a very, very small unit, and they will take this step by step as they go through it. There will be some staff time to look at the possibilities of the heating at Southwest Rocks Pool. Some of that will actually be done by where we'd actually just have a number of potential suppliers with that sort of equipment come in and actually provide quotes, and there'll be assessment of those quotes and things like that. But it's not something that I foresee being done in the very short term. No.
Thank you.
And so, if we did that work and we had a supplier and we had a cost, are we not subsidising a private operator? We're value adding to their asset that they may take over in the future.
Mr. General Manager.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, the pool is a council asset. It actually isn't owned by the country club. It certainly enhances their site. Well, actually, I'll rephrase that. Depending on your perspective, whether it enhances your site or not. If the pool wasn't there, they could use that for something else. The pool is a loss-making facility, so if they were to take on the management of it, on what grounds would they? So it's not really enhancing their asset. It would enhance our asset if the pool is to be maintained there for the long term. Any of our solar projects are based on them having a reasonable return. So we'd actually do the assessment of this, see what the business case is, and see whether it actually stack up for that particular case. If it didn't, we wouldn't proceed with it.
Excuse me.
Thank you. You have another question?
Yeah, I do have follow-up questions. Correct. It is a dual asset because you really can't pick up that pool and move it onto council land.
No.
So it's a fixed asset. We don't have a choice. We do have a choice, but it's a council asset sitting on privately owned land, so we can't pick it up and move it. Then I think the other recommendation is around entering into discussions with the country club to take over the pool. So we would not, so this is something
Just a second.
that we could defer to them.
White.
Isn't that what one of the recommendations is? Sorry.
Yeah, through the
Clarification. Thank you.
in relation to the recommendations that council are adopting there in relation to Southwest Rocks Pool, it's heating the Southwest Rocks swimming pool and subsequent extension. So investigating that. Council and Southwest Rocks swimming pool operator established close working relationships with the country club with a view of realising cooperative opportunities to deliver future programming. So it's not them taking that over. And funding opportunities continue to be pursued by council, the swimming pool operator and the country club for improvements to accessibility, sustainability and upgrades to the kiosk and entry. So there's nothing in there specifically about them taking that over. We'd certainly be looking at what the options are from a country club perspective in the longer term, depending on how the new leasee actually, how that goes and the negotiations with them.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor White, for your question, but I just wanted very carefully thinking about whether we were accessing or putting out in public information were given to us in a briefing. So that's why I asked the General Manager to jump in. So
Sure.
That's fine. Thank you.
Sure. I interpret operational matters as anything. So council could maintain it, country club could take it over, a beneficiary could take it over. So an operational matter means how is it going to be operated in the future, which could be all of those things. That was my interpretation.
Okay, thank
Is that, yeah.
Councillor Bain, you have another question.
I do. There's 3 questions actually. Firstly, how did the pool come to be a council asset? I don't believe we built it. Secondly, what sort of, as we're aware, lease arrangements can change, and what sort of lease do we, unless that's commercially in confidence, but and thirdly, is there an option of us owning the land that the pool is on if that's the case? So those 3 questions. How do we get it? How much does it cost us? And is there an option to buy it cheaply?
Yep.
Okay. Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. General Manager.
I'll answer the first ones first. There's the old saying, everything's for sale at the right price. So would the country club want to sell it to council? I really don't know. The land was previously owned by Crown Lands, and you'd probably have to have some consultation with Crown Lands about that land going forward. We understand that land was negotiated back in 2022 as part of the whole redevelopment. The current lease expires in 2031, so that's the lease we have with the country club for us to lease the pool, if that makes sense. So we'd be looking at between now and that period of what happens beyond there. And with items like that, you will need several years to have that negotiation and work out what the way forward is. So I think that largely answers what you're asking. If there's a time frame we've got to look at, it is a legacy issue inherited. It's an unusual situation. I believe that all parties back then would have acted in good faith. The country club had the land, the council could put the pool on it. However, it was done. The pool was there under Crown land. Yeah, they all would have acted in good faith, believing they were doing the best thing for the community. Times change, situations change. We need to have another look at it, and that's part of what we'll be doing in this whole process.
So a follow-up question: did council build the pool, or did the country club build the pool?
Mr. General Manager.
I'd have to take the notes. I don't know for sure. I couldn't give you a definite answer. Yeah. It was on Crown lands before it was country club land. So my understanding would be either the Crown or council, but we'd need to confirm that.
Thank you.
I've
Another question, Councillor White.
Can you also take on notice and follow up around that Crown land conversion to private property? So this is publicly owned land that they negotiated to buy or to gift or buy. Can you please get some information on how did a club acquire public land?
Thank you. That'll be on notice. Thank you, Councillor White. There's no further debate. Councillor Saul, you wish to close debate?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, again, I want to congratulate the Committee of Gladstone, Lyle, Macleay, Smithtown, Kinchler, and all the people who are a part of it. Mr. Mayor, today is a good day for Gladstone and the community. So I commend them for their work. I commend the staff on this new motion. This is, as I said earlier, it's a way forward. So I urge you to support this today so we can continue to look after our community. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Saul. I'm going to ask all councillors in this case to vote in favour or against by raising your hand. The motion before us is the one moved by Councillor Saul and seconded by Councillor Patterson. All those supporting the motion, would you please raise your hand? And all those against? There are no against. I declare it carried unanimously. We now move back to item 9.2, Local Traffic Committee minutes. Okay.
I'll probably leave anyway.
Okay.
Yeah.
A suggestion from the general manager, which I think is a good one. We'll adjourn the meeting for about 3 minutes. So anyone near the public gallery who may be leaving, that is a good idea.
Dean's just still doing an interview. Yeah. Screen's live. Those your conversation bits will come through. When are you going to get bloody? Somewhere, I don't know where, but.
Right, the meeting is back underway, councillors. I'll need a procedural motion to start with straight away before we go to 9.2, the Local Traffic Committee. The procedural motion needs to be that we continue the meeting past 1 p.m. Could I have someone move that, please? Councillor Patterson, thank you. Seconder, please. Councillor Ring, thank you. The procedural motion is now being put. Is there any dissent? There's no dissent. We will continue after 1 p.m. We will continue without an absent councillor. Thank you. We now come to motion 9.2, and it's the Local Traffic Committee minutes, 5th of December 2023. It was withdrawn by Councillor Patterson. I'd ask for a mover, please. Councillor Patterson. Do we have a seconder? Well, should be another councillor if you're on it. Yeah, okay. Councillor Butterfield seconded it. Sorry, Councillor Riddington, he's jumped in. So, Councillor Patterson, could you move it, please? And then we could have questions and debate. Thank you.
I'd like to move this motion. I do have a number of questions, but will come forward.
Thank you.
He seconded it. Yep. Okay.
Yep. Yeah, that's all you need to do. You moved it formally. You don't have to. You would like to ask your questions now?
Yeah. So I'd like to ask a question. It may go through to the General Manager, Mr. Mayor, and it was about the signage for 2 hour. There's in this recommendation is a replacement of existing 2 hour time limited parking zone in the C Street with a time limited Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. No stopping zone commencing from the driveway, 14 Dangus Street and ending at the driveway 35 C Street. Now that obviously is about school times. There is a lot of holidays through the year that schools are on holidays. I was just wondering how we can address that, because I really think it's unfortunate that those residents that live on that part of the C Street, because when you come up the hill going towards say you're going west coming up the hill, that road actually skews over to the right hand side to allow 45-degree angle parking on the left. That's why the road's gone over there, and that's why it's there's only parallel parking on the other side when allowed. There is no footpaths in front of those houses on the right hand side. My other part of the question was, can those people who look after those verges, when they're not allowed to park in front of their house, like these signs are going to tell them, can they park like a lot of houses have? They may have 3 cars in that house or 4 cars or kids visiting or whatever. Can they park on their grass verge out the front, which is not a footpath?
Thank you, Councillor Patterson.
Through Mr. Mayor, I'll get Mr. Thoms to come to the podium and I think is in the best. Mr. Thoms is our traffic engineer, attends the traffic committee, so I'll have the background on that. So he may be able to answer certainly the first part of that. And the second part, in terms of parking on verges, he may have some background on that, but I'm pretty sure at the moment we obviously it's not permitted. I'm not sure exactly all the background to that, but Mr. Thomas might respond to the. And
you need to put the red light on by pressing the button. Thank you, Mr. Tom. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Just in relation to the first question, in terms of school times, I just remind councillors that from our observations, most of the parking overflow in that particular area is from the TAFE. And so that's just a point to bear in mind. Specifically to answer the question, yes, you can nominate during school days only. But I just remind councillors that from our observation, most of the offending parking was from the TAFE and not so much cars associated with the school. However, it can be done. In relation to parking on the verge, first and foremost, that is contrary to New South Wales road rules. And quite frankly, I think council would create a rod for its own back if it allowed this in this particular area, because I'll be very confident we would be hit with requests for similar requests. It is behaviour that occurs throughout our shire. It's fairly well known. Police aren't overhanded with parking on footway areas. However, the bottom line is contrary to New South Wales road rules, which is law.
Thank you. That's your question. Any other questions, Mr. Toms? No.
No, hang on.
Councillor Saul, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, just a question to staff. Can we hear a bit more about the upgrade of Second Lane and Glenrock, please? If you can tell me something like that.
The actual intersection you're talking about?
Yes, the intersection of Glenrock and Second Lane, please.
The 80Ks, Cliff.
Yes, in relation to speed zones, we have just had approval from Transport for New South Wales to convert the existing 100k section of Second Lane to 80Ks. And I might add to that, and in conjunction with that, Transport for New South Wales are also currently reviewing the section of the existing 100Ks in Macleay Valley Way between Kempsey and Fredericton. And the reason for that is because we have underway very detailed design for the upgrade of that intersection, which has an accident history. So it was felt at this point in time that the reduction to the 80Ks in both sections was appropriate, Mr. Mayor.
Excuse me.
So was that a recommendation of the traffic committee that it go to 80 Macleay Valley Way?
That certainly was. It was supported by the traffic committee in principle, and Mr. Mayor, as you would be aware, Transport for New South Wales is the authority that determines that. So they certainly have listened to the advice of the traffic committee.
Thank you. Councillor Riddington, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jones. I really appreciate you chairing this committee. I think it's really valuable. So on the committee, you've got police, Traffic New South Wales, council representative, state government representative through Anthony, Councillor Patterson. When we're going back to talking about C Street, I did suggest that we increase that 40 zone, and I think the police were of the view that that's quite a good idea, and that's why you put it in there.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct, and we will be issuing that. And our process is that we certainly consult further with Transport on that for the kick that process into action in conjunction with those changes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Toms. No other questions. I have a question on page 12. I think staff know about this. There's the subdivision of Baker Drive. Crescent Head, there's a proposed roundabout. I'd just like to council to clarify who's paying for the roundabout and that road to the roundabout from the subdivision. Mr. Jackson.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, or in response to you, Mr. Mayor. The roundabout and road are part of the development and will be paid for by the developer.
Thank you very much. And they will pay for the whole construction and all the road workers and the safety people while it's happening. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Any other questions on this item? If not, and no other speakers, we can put the motion. Councillor Patterson, you don't wish to speak to it again? No, you do?
I'd just like to finish it off with that I really like being part of the traffic committee. The committee is something that it's good being someone who lives here and drives around here and knows the traffic issues, and then get together with council, the police, the council staff, rather than other councillors, and look at trying to solve the best we can the issues that we face in our shire, and I think Cliff and the guys that work with him in council have done a fantastic job. I want to thank him again.
Cheers. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Patterson. The motion has been closed. I'll now put the motion. Is there any dissent? There's no dissent. I declare it carried. We now move to 10.1, a petition about Gladstone Pool. The recommendation is that the council receives and notes the report. Councillors, you can move that, or you can move that according to 3.29 of the Code of Meeting Practice, you could also move the request to the General Manager to make a report on the issues in the petition. So both things are there. So if you see things in the petition you would like a report on, the General Manager would report back. It might be a long time off, but it could be a short time.
I have a question.
You'll have a question. So, and then but first of all, I'll ask for a mover and a seconder, and then we can get a decision on the questions. Councillor Patterson, Councillor Bain, please.
I'll move that council receives and notes the report.
Thank you. I haven't asked for a second. I've got to write it down. When you're in this chair, you'll have to do the same. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Ferguson. Oh, very quick hand. Thank you. Well, I have Councillor Bain speak very briefly to it, but he could speak up to 5 minutes and his brief report, and then we'll have questions. Councillor Bain.
I think we've had extensive discussion on this matter, and I think the community response of our previous motion and the Councillor Riddington's amendment, we're collaborating. I think that fulfills the needs from what I can see of what was in the petition, and I look forward to working further with the Lower Macleay community. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm asking for questions now or debate. Councillor Patterson, you have a question.
So that was my question, that the resolution of the previous 10.2, will that answer those questions brought up in that petition? I'm guessing it will, but I'm just asking the question.
Mr. General Manager, please.
Yeah, that's correct.
So if there were questions in there, Councillor Patterson, just to explain, and you wanted more information, you could ask for a report from the General Manager, but as you've just found out, they will be answered in what's going to be happening from 10.2's decision. Thank you. Any questions or further debate? Doesn't seem to be. I'll put the motion. Is there any dissent? There's no dissent. I declare it carried. We won't go back to 10.2. I think we've done that one. We go to 10.3, which is a residential flat building with Strata subdivision and extension of Orara Street development application, McIntyre Street, Southwest Rocks. And the recommendation before you is not to support the requested variation. So that's on the screen. Do we have a mover? Yes. Councillor Wyatt. Thank you.
My light on right at the beginning.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Riddington.
Councillor Riddington can move. That's fine. No, it's okay. Don't worry. All good.
I apologise. I haven't got eyes on all sides of my head, just in front of me. So I was looking. I saw a light. I saw Riddington, but I saw Councillor White first.
Can move it. I'll second it. It's fine.
You withdraw your movement.
Well, I don't complete. Yeah, I Councillor Riddington can move it. I will second it. Yes.
Thank you for your
Councillor
generosity.
Riddington, are you happy to move it? Yes, you are. Thank you. And the seconder is Councillor White. Councillor Riddington, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor White, for allowing me to move it. This is really, really important. I congratulate staff on their due diligence, their professionalism, especially Melissa Zaid, Principal Planner, who has put this report together. This is in line with the Southwest Rocks Character Statement, the Southwest Rocks Structure Plan, our amendment to the CLEP, Kempsey Land and Environment Plan, then moving forward on our limits on heights across Southwest Rocks designated sites that we mentioned in the structure plan. I think this is absolutely brilliant, and all the community people that I've spoken to congratulate council very, very much for the work that's gone into it, for the environmental impacts, and most importantly, I know Callie Pratt was down to speak yesterday, but she apologised not being in the Shire. She was really concerned about children's safety with the preschool, and I noticed that that's been considered, and rightly so, and also the condition of the road. I think that this is brilliant, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. Councillor Whittington, Councillor Wyatt, please.
It's me. I also want to speak in favour, and I am grateful for this refusal as well. I actually put in my own submission, which was, I think it really demonstrates a commitment to adhering to our statutory planning documents and strategies, in particular the South West Rock Structure Plan and the Kempsey LEP. I am such a stickler for sticking with the planning law, so I'm thrilled that it's been upheld on this occasion not to allow a unit complex that was 49% over the height limit, which is prescribed in the LEP at the moment. So honestly, I think it's quite conceited to even put forward a proposal like that in the first place. The LEP said 8.4 metres. This developer wanted 12.6. I just find that conceited. And I'm actually outraged that the developer in this case can assume that the residents and ratepayers of Kempsey Council will pick up the tab for the ongoing maintenance of the road. They want the road and the management authority for the new road that they put forward. They made that assumption without talking to community. They asked permission for the state government to create the unformed road, but they didn't ask us, residents and ratepayers, if we're happy to have that road added to our already 1,250 kilometre bill. It's no secret that planning laws are completely farcical at times, and this is currently being demonstrated with zombie DAs, allowing development on land that has outstanding environmental values, lacks carrying capacities to support megastructures. And thankfully, this time, the planning law has determined that the residential development of this size and scope is inappropriate here. And I sincerely thank the planning team for a very well considered and justified report saying no to an inappropriate development as outlined in the paper. And I really hope that the councillors support this as well. And I have a question too, if I may.
Certainly, Councillor Wyatt.
So having said all that, my boohoo question is, what could be the developer's next steps in terms of going to the Land Environment Court, lodging a disagreement because we've refused? And second part of that is, can they come back with an amended DA?
Two questions there. Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I guess you've outlined their next steps. They could go to the Land Environment Court if they so chose. And also they could lodge either an amended DA or a new DA. This one's been refused, so I'd suggest they'd have to lodge a new DA. Could be incorrect on that, but they will need to lodge something different if they wish to develop at that site or go to court.
Thank you. Other further questions? Councillor Saul, please.
A question, Mr. Mayor.
Yep.
Back to Director Jackson. Just a following up on Councillor White's question. What do you think would be their chances if they did contest this refusal?
I don't think Mr. Jackson's a lawyer, but I'm sure he could try and give an answer.
Oh, he's
Mr.
experienced.
Jackson.
Well, I think yes, in the first part, you don't ever try to second guess a court. Our officers have made an assessment and have provided the reasons for their assessment. They believe it's in line with the legislation and with our planning rules and regulations. So obviously we would believe we have a strong case. However, that needs to be tested in court if it is.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Bain.
Just thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just another question. Would the developer have consulted with council in working through these plans? And if so, wouldn't they have been clearly told that this wasn't going to happen, or that this was like a problematic?
Mr. Jackson.
There is such a thing as a pre-DA meeting. Developers can be given information and are usually given information as to what is currently permissible on their site. And obviously the decision as to whether they
put forward a complying development then rests with developers. Developers can say, yes, we've worked with council and looked at opportunities. However, until they actually make their application and go through the details, it's quite broad in nature, and the application still has to be assessed on its merits. I can't comment on this one exactly what the developers may or may not have been told. However, in this instance, the usual practice is to discuss what is permissible on the site and what is applicable on the site in terms of regulation and restrictions.
Thank you. There's no further questions. Debate. Councillor Riddington, do you wish to close debate?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much, Mr. Jackson. I think this is very, very important rejection of this GA, because it allows us to rely on our structure plan and on our CLEP and on the community feeling. And I think it's more like the vibe of the community. So I thank you so much. It's made my Christmas to have this motion put up, recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll put the motion. Is there any dissent? There's no dissent. I declare it carried. Okay. The next item was 10.4, the Lower Macleay flood study, and I think there might be some debate on that. So instead of proceeding with that at this time, I'm going to adjourn the meeting for lunch, and hopefully we'll be back here at 1:20 o'clock. The table is booked. Welcome back, councillors and staff. We're ready to continue our council meeting for the last one for 2023. Our next item on the agenda is 10.5 on page 52, the planning proposal.
10.4.
I've jumped ahead of myself.
Flooding.
The flooding study, Lower Macleay flood study. I apologise. I've obviously thought we did that one, but I'm wrong. Yes, 10 point flood study. It's a recommendation there. You know, I'd like to move that. Councillor. Seconder, please. Councillor Ring. Councillor Bain, would you like to move it?
Yes, Maringu, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move this as, do I speak to it now? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, because I think it's very important that we acknowledge the impacts of rising sea levels and increasing natural disasters, and that we put include this in our planning. I welcome this recommendation from council staff, that we are looking at making a safer community moving forward with build in areas that are potentially going to be impacted by flood. It ends up being a much greater cost economically, but also emotional and a cost to the community, you know, to people personally. So I welcome this. I think council. I must admit I have not looked through all of the documentation of this because it's very. There's a lot of information there, but it's going to be really great to have that access to all that information. So I commend this to my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Do we have other speakers or questions, Councillor?
Yeah, I'm actually against this because it's got item number 2 in it. So I intend to possibly move an amendment that only includes number 1. I don't myself believe, just in looking, I've been spending many evenings looking at historical data, that there's nothing there that I can set in 75 years time or less, we're going to be at a plus higher sea level. There's nothing to support it that I've seen, that I've read, that I've understood. And as a councillor, I believe that we don't have the option to shift our town. We don't have the option to say to people that live on the Macleay for their whole life that you can't live there anymore. But what will happen with this, I believe, is that the insurance companies will get onto this and say, we're no longer insuring your property because it's going to go under in the 2100 cc flood proposal. I think we need to look at starting to build for our environment. We need to start looking at housing possibly in those lower levels, which this level is very high now. In those lower levels, having 2-story dwellings with garage parking, etc., underneath, like we have adopted with down the river here. So I don't want to see us stagnate our whole shire just for the fact of an adoption of flood that has that is only a model. And I haven't seen anything that actually proves that this is going to actually happen. So I'll be voting against that.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Mr. General Manager, could you tell me the basic background of the science behind this assessment? What sort of scientists would have been involved in coming up with these levels?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, certainly the Jacobs reports have used all the latest data and science that's actually available, and also the latest modelling we can actually access in terms of what may happen going into the future. The levels that are recommended in item 2 of the recommendation are there to help us ensure that we protect against the potential for what we see both from sea level rise and storm surges, and also major storm events which may happen upriver and see more flash flooding and that come down the river. So it targets it across our catchment at both ends. The science is very strong that actually supports this. The studies clearly indicate where this does and doesn't impact, and we actually see on the graph on the page 49, the second page of the report, our most populous areas actually have minimal impact from this remodelling compared to what they were. So yeah, from Kempsey to Smithtown, Gladstone, you see that red line dropping below what we currently have. So our most populous areas actually aren't really impacted by this. The areas upstream, upriver certainly are, but again, upstream you haven't got the large floodplain that we have downstream, so people are actually able to move when they're looking at where they're building, just to be that bit further away and a bit further above the river levels in those sorts of areas. And downriver, yeah, it's certainly harder, but this doesn't prohibit people from building two-storey buildings. People will still be able to do that. They'll still be able to build them on flood mounds the way they do at the moment. It just means the levels will be slightly different when they're actually doing that.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. Do we have further speakers? Councillor Wyatt, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. To note that in the, I'm speaking for it. Yeah, and I note that this is compliance with the New South Wales Flood Development Manual. Therefore, it's compliant with state government policy, strategy, procedure, process, and also Premier's intent or the government's intent. Yeah, I assume a failure to comply would have implications for our shire, as you know, we could be seen as being recalcitrant, or it could have negative impacts such as, you know, we might lose access to funding or resources or assistance in recovery, whatever that looks like, if we are seen to be recalcitrant going against what the state government has suggested in its flood development manual. I note also that the report refers to a legal implication associated with not exercising its function in good faith. And this has come up before in a local government association conference around improving developments in wetland areas and acid sulfate soils. So I'm really pleased to read that there is an acknowledgement there that this helps us exercise decisions in good faith regarding those known impacts. And if we didn't sort of use modelling or use best available science, that would place us at risk of legal proceedings and liability, and perhaps even personal liability. I have had some involvement in representing a stakeholder group in preparing a lot of these plans over 20 years. And like Councillor Bain, apologies to the authors, but I've not read 600 pages of these reports either at this stage. They're very detailed, they're very technical. We need to trust the science and we need to trust professional specialists in approving and approve these studies. We trust an engineer to build a road. We trust an engineer to build this building. We don't question it. We trust a doctor to diagnose us with a terminal illness or whatever that looks like. I do not know why we continue as a society wholly to not trust environmental science and environmental engineering. I don't know why, and I don't even know where it comes from to think that because I've done my research or I've spoken to X or I've done this, therefore I question the science. I would not question a GP diagnosing a terminal illness or an engineer to build a road. So I fully support these, and I really look forward to having a deeper look into these in my upcoming role in the flood reference group. And yeah, I do recommend that we support this and trust the science.
Thank you very much. Do we have further speakers? No. Well, I'll speak in favour of it too, very quickly before I come back to you, Councillor Bain. The science, as Councillor Wyatt has said, is very settled on what's happening with our climate, our environment. It's mandated by state government, but we have a whole lot of policies in place to accommodate the climate change that's happening in our world. And we need to take action, and just this slight bit of action, which is to provide certificates for people who are planning to put into development. They can see whether there's going to be any flooding in the future possible on their land before they put the DA in. And of course, that informs them if it is going to have any sort of inundation possible, they can put in flood mounds or they can build the second story development, which will cope with that information. So we've put together with the experts good information, and from that we are, as we already alluded to, we're required to put it out so that people can get certification on the land that they buy and or plan to build on. So I support this motion before us. Councillor, you have another question, Councillor Patterson?
Yeah. Yep.
You have a question, right?
Yes. A question through to the General Manager. First one should be able to be answered. There is nothing in this adoption of this plan that says that this will be reviewed. There's nothing in this plan that says that when the modelling, which is only modelling, and science, like Councillor Wyatt said, is settled. There's no such thing as settled science. Science is always changing. She also claimed said something about you know, when you're diagnosed with whatever a disease, well, you never know. You always ask for a second opinion, and I am asking for that second opinion. But what is not in there is about how this is going to be reviewed in 25 years and 50 years when this doesn't happen. Like forgive me for being cup half full rather than being cup half empty. That's my question through to the General Manager. There's nothing in here that says that this is going to be reviewed when it doesn't happen.
Mr. General Manager.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Part of our processes here, and the reason this has come to council now is this is actually an update on our previous flood studies. And every 10 to 15 years, these flood studies would actually need to be updated because the data will have changed. The data will be different in 15 years' time as what it is today. We'll certainly have more information about what has happened. We'll certainly be able to see to what extent the climate has or has not changed in that period of time. So over the next 30, 40, 50, 100 years, this flood study in this area will be updated every 10 to 15 years. So it is just a matter of what we have to do as a council to ensure that it actually occurs. There's something I was going to say, but it's gone.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
no, well, that was my question, Mr. General Manager. Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, is that is it worth an amendment in this that says that this is going to be reviewed, on those basis every 10, 15 years? I mean, I totally understand where a lot of people are coming from in the fact that, the earth is falling or the sky is falling. I understand that fact that a lot of people are thinking about, but
So your question, Councillor Patterson, is
my question is it going to be, is it worthwhile putting in an amendment in this to say that this will be reviewed on, because we're adopting something that goes out to 2100. This is going to be reviewed in, let's just say 10 and 15 years when it doesn't happen, because in say 60 years, if we go on this base level, it's going to be 600 mil higher in water and our sea levels. I just we're councillors playing with the future of our Macleay, where these are going to be adopted by our insurance companies, and people will not get insurance on their houses that this council approved them to build.
Forgot your question. Thank you, Mr. Councillor Patterson. Mr. General Manager.
Yeah, I don't believe there's a need to add a point 3. Look, council can, if they wish to say that they be reviewed every 10 to 15 years. They will be, as a matter of course, reviewed every 10 to 15 years. It's something we have to do, and that's why this is a review of the old flood model. This is updated. We can actually see from that that in that most populous area, this model is showing that it's not as impacted as what we were previously indicating. We saw that with the development application at the airport, for example. Once this modelling was done, the water over the area where the adventure park was going to go was down about 300 millimetres. So there's areas where this new modelling actually shows there's less impact. There's areas where it shows there's potentially greater impact. The other thing I will add that I did remember was that the 2100 climate change are already being adopted and used by things like the Joint Planning Panel in their decisions about DAs in our locality. So they're things that are already being decided by the relevant planning bodies using these levels.
Thank you. No further speakers. Councillor Bain, would you like to close?
Maringbu, Mr Mayor. Yes, look, I applaud Councillor Patterson's optimism that, you know, everything's going to be okay. We don't need to do anything about it. But I think it also is about understanding of the science. The recommendation came from a Conservative state government, right? That this policy was put in place by a coalition government. It's not a left-wing greeny thing. I'm reading the General Manager's report, and I noted with interest that even the conservative southern states in the US actually believe in climate change. There is abundant evidence if people want to have a look at it. And if we're going to look at places like Lismore and the devastation that's happened there, the devastation that's happening at the moment in Cairns, unprecedented flood levels. Fortunately, we don't have crocodiles swimming down our main street. But if we're going to be responsible leaders and look at future growth, we need to consider accurate information and not just wishful thinking. So I would commend this proposal to my colleagues, and I would urge people to vote in favour as it's an essential step in maintaining a safe community into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. I'll now put the motion. Is there any dissents? 3 dissents. Thank you. I declare it carried. Now we come to 10.5, a planning proposal. It's on page 52, 322 Stuarts Point Road, Yarrahapinni. We have a recommendation from staff. Would someone like to move that, please? Councillor Patterson. A seconder, please. Councillor Bain. Thank you. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you. I look at this development. It's Stuarts Point Road, Yarrahapinni, and I see many families enjoying the fruits of their labour. The fact that they can live on a property where there is not just a house and no yard, where some of these people may be able to even grow their own vegetables, live the life that everyone wants to live, and that's one where your neighbours aren't right on your doorstep. The fact that this developer has worked with council and then come out to the leaving that part of the land for to be maintained, the part of the land that's going to be left to nature. I think it's a fantastic outcome, and I look forward to these families coming up to live in this fantastic Macleay, Kempsey Shire.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Councillor Bain.
Maringbu, Mr Mayor, I would like to speak in support of this. I think this is the kind of development that that is good for our community. I think as an alternative to building in coastal wetlands and taking out coastal forests, this is moving inland a bit is a really, really good idea. I think the size of the blocks is entirely appropriate. I like the protection of the riparian zones and the fact that the area is already cleared, so they're not taking out any further land clearing, and the trees and the existing vegetation is a habitat and is protected. So I think all in all, this is a really good proposal. And I think for people that are living in a 1 hectare block and with it's a very short commute to get onto the highway, and that could easily access work in either Kempsey, Maxville or Port Macquarie. So that yeah, I think all in all, it's a very, very good outcome, and maybe this is why we had the highway built, so that places like this could be developed. And I think I welcome it. I must admit I've had been contacted very, very recently, as like this morning, with some residents of that have concerns about traffic, but I've assured them, and to be very clear, the recommendation is only to submit the proposal to the Minister to request that we have the delegation to make the decision, and then putting it out into community consultation. So there's still a great opportunity for community to be consulted. It's very transparent process, and I will be working with the people that have contacted me at Stuarts Point to discuss their concerns and see how we can address those. But I think, as has been shown today, that community consultation and working together with community, council staff, councillors and community can work together to create really good outcomes. So I commend this proposal or recommendation to my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. I'm coming to you in a moment, Councillor White. Could I just clarify, please, the recommendation from staff? It doesn't actually mention rezoning, and it's actually a rezoning should the motion have what we're rezoning from or to in it. Mr. Jackson, please.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, the recommendation is to put forward the plan proposal, and the planning proposal includes the rezonings and all other components. So the planning proposal as it is as a whole is what's being put forward, which includes all parts.
Okay, so that's in the documentation that we'd send off to the Minister. Okay, that clarifies. Thank you very much, Mr. Jackson. Councillor White, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I do agree in principle as well with this proposal, as the reasons that are stated in the report, and that it's consistent with, I think it's it's consistent with council's planning strategies already. But I do have some questions, and I note that there are several Schedule 1 threatened species and 4 threatened ecological communities under the Biodiversity Conservation Act. And the riparian corridor is significant under state and Commonwealth legislation, which is reflected in the need to, or the recommendation to create that section of land being C2 conservation or environmental protection. And I've raised these concerns ad nauseum many times, and I continue to raise it about the long-term protection and management of environmental values where they're identified. Like how is the intent of that C2, that conservation recognition of that land, remain in perpetuity? In other words, like what is a requirement to maintain those values as a C3? And when these lots are developed into houses or sheds or lawns or horse paddocks or whatever they're going to be there will be your 101 standard peri-urban impacts such as weeds, runoff, nutrient enrichment, clearing, rubbish dumping, which then degrades that value, not only with the threatened species, but also the aesthetic value and the water quality and the social and community values associated with that land. Like we have a horrendous reputation in Australia as being, if not the top, definitely way up there in terms of our species loss. And I really would like to see some reforms sometime, not here, but state reforms. The environmental impact assessment just really needs to look at the long term, not just the here and now, but what does the long term look like, and to put that in planning and approval and assessment process. So my questions are around I'd like to see or consider or see what options are there for some type of agreement to be placed on the C2 lands that actually where agreements, when you get something in a biodiversity conservation trust agreement, for example, the landholders can get financial grants and assistance to help them maintain those properties. They get management plans, all sorts of things. I think if an agreement of some description can be considered for that land, then there's actually the developer demonstrating an authenticity to make that C2 zone. So I have some questions, please.
Yes.
what provisions exist for the developer to demonstrate its authenticity to ensure that the aesthetic and the riparian values in that C2 zone are protected?
Mr. Jackson?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Proposal, there is no firm provisions in it regarding the C2 environmental zone's future maintenance. However, it is noted that an appropriate vegetation management plan would be required as part of any future development approval. Obviously, these agreements are only as good as the people's will and intent to abide by them, and obviously the efforts that the community to report any breaches of those agreements along the way, and then enforcement action through that process. But essentially, that's one option. There are again various state instruments like a Section 88B instrument that can be put on title regarding these lots. Again, covenants requiring protection, and then also you've mentioned other schemes where people can actually investigate being paid to look after them. But again, at any point, if somebody does the wrong thing, that needs to be notified and actioned, as we won't have officers 24/7. Yeah. So there are definitely things which can be considered, and at least some of which will be implemented through the DA process if it so comes to pass.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt.
And that's a really good point as well, is paid to look after land is the ecosystem services as a dollar value and as a livability value. I mean, they're really good things to consider in a vegetation management plan as well. So I think you've probably already answered that. Without anything like that, how does a proponent or a council or landholder protect those creek lines? I know the answer will be no to council because we're not the landowner, but I mean, if there's nothing put in place, then the C2 zone's just a piece of paper that means nothing.
Mr. Jackson, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, the vegetation management plan and whatever other covenants or instruments are applied to those lots are essentially the instrument we would have available to us to undertake enforcement and compliance action in that regard. It does rely on reporting and also, the way that developers and the developer does implement the veg management plan, but that is the instrument we have available to us. And like anything else, it's going to rely on a lot of human input along the way from both neighbours, concerned parties and the developers and council.
Thank you. Councillor
I'll
Wyatt.
follow up. What is the land tenure of that riparian creek line, and who is responsible for its management? If the planning proposal is approved, like what will be, so the land surrounding will be privately owned. Who will be the owner of that C2 riparian creek zone?
Mr. Jackson.
Is it?
The land will be owned, is currently owned by the developer, or will be owned by the developer. I'm not sure what the land ownership arrangement is as it stands now, but it will be owned by the developer and whoever they then choose to on-sell it to. Yeah.
Yeah, so it looks like Councillor Bain just said it looks like it's part of lot 25. So lot 25 would own it. So perhaps the community, well, not the community, but someone could work with that person about protecting those values and finding the ecosystem service and the dollar value for protecting that. So paid to look after it.
That's on page 7 of the planning proposal. There's a map with the lots on it, and I believe that lot 25 includes the eastern side of the grassed farmland and the creek and riparian zone. No.
Is it?
That's pretty much. I think lot 25 is just grassland, and the lot will actually run down to the boundaries is outside the creek area. Is my reading of that.
My reading of that, if you have a look at where the creek, the bottom sort of the southern east, where the creek comes out at the southern end, that's lot part 25 as well. So I think that includes that whole creek area and the grass farmland, which is RU1, is the way I read that map, but I could be wrong.
Yeah.
Page 7 on the
Yep,
planning
yep.
proposal.
You may be correct. I guess what's happening at the moment through Mr. Mayor is we're actually going beyond what's actually being proposed here. You're actually talking about what may be, you're looking at possible land management practices and things like this. This is about a planning proposal. And that's what this item is actually about. And I think the questions from Councillor White are legitimate. There are concerns, but there are limitations within the planning framework. And within that framework, that requires state legislation to actually change to help protect those areas more. It's beyond what council can actually do.
Thank you, Councillor White.
Yeah, 100% agree. But I want to continue to raise them because this is a forum that I have available to raise them and just to put these thoughts in our heads. So what is the next step in this?
Next step, Mr. Jackson.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. The next step is that this planning proposal will be put forward to the department for assessment and ultimately to the minister. And then if our recommendation is approved, then it would come back to us with the power to determine this matter.
And is that where you place conditions on it, such as that a vegetation management plan must be prepared with this?
Mr. Jackson.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. No, those conditions would be done through a DA process. So this will set the zonings and the lot sizes, and then we'd move from there into the next phase, which would be DAs.
Sorry, one more question then, a follow-up question. So the DA would be to actually subdivide that land? No, the DAs would be actually then to subdivide that land and build on those individual lots?
Yes, the subdivision itself would be done through a DA proposal. Yeah.
Thank you. So this is just to rezone the land so it can be done. Thank you very much. Any further speakers? If not, Councillor Patterson, would you like to close debate?
Yeah, I think once again, this is a fantastic move. I mean, looking at the division of the land proposal, then once again, this is a proposal to go to, where are we? Go to the government body to ask them for us to be, where are we? To the Department of Planning and Environment, issue council with a written authorisation to exercise plan making delegations in relation to this proposal. I think this is a really good move by this developer. I think this is going to be something that I would love to see the whole of Stuarts Point Road included in when people utilise the land and build around the environment. And there's looking at that, even though it's still not a DA, but looking at there's no houses in the creeks, there's no houses or anything supposedly to go anywhere near anything that will upset any creek management. But yeah, look forward to the council supporting this, and I look forward to this to be a fantastic development for the area.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Motion. Is there any dissent? No dissent. Declare it carried. Move on to 10.6, which is the Southwest Rocks Visitor Information Centre. There's a recommendation there from staff. We have a mover. You want to move it?
I thought you might like to move it.
Well, I can move an amendment.
I want to move an amendment.
Oh.
You do it. To talk to it.
No, you need a mover and a second. That's the code of meeting practice. Sorry.
I'll move it, but I don't want to talk to it.
You don't have to talk to it if you move it. So you're moving the recommendation?
Yes, please. And then I'm going to foreshadow an amendment.
Okay.
Is that all right, Daniel?
If
done. You might, yeah.
So you can move the amendment and it becomes a motion if you're moving it.
Yeah.
It could be different motion.
Yes, if no one has moved a motion, you can move a motion to be whatever you want. So it doesn't need to be this. It could be whatever you want.
But it's got to be on the
and then someone could.
I move a forced motion, the existing.
Yeah, and you can't even get to that yet.
No, you jumped in.
If Councillor Redington moves a motion that isn't this, then council will have the option to move an amendment, which is this. So, but it's the mayor's given councillor Redington the floor at the moment.
Yeah, so councillor Redington,
Thank you.
you move it.
Thank you very much. Do I need a seconder?
We have to hear what the motion is first before.
Oh, sorry. Yes. I want to go back to the Mayoral minute.
Okay.
I want to go back to the Mayoral minute that we passed on the 21st of November about working collaboratively with the Visitor Information Centre.
Precinct, yeah.
Yep. And the Maritime Museum Precinct. Examine the implications of withdrawing the present council funding to the Maritime Museum. Assess any means of possibly maintaining the funding to the museum. Examine possible alternative means of managing the volunteers with minimal supervision time for council and staff in the process. Receive a report to a future council meeting on these proceedings, on the preceding 3 points, with a recommendation for implementing the recommendation relating to South West Rocks visitor information in full or part or not at all.
Right, there's your motion. You find that, and there's the problem there. It's the same motion as before. It needs a change from the one from November. Can you move it another one exactly the same? It's already on the books. You've got us on a dilemma there, but we like dilemmas.
I'm not doing rescission.
I'm saying, I think it's procedural question.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. You can't move another motion that has the same effect within 3 months.
Then how come we haven't done what the first one wanted to do?
No, that's debating it. We'll come to that.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Motion. That motion.
Am I allowed to move a foreshadowed motion, yeah?
Not yet, no.
Not until we work this out.
We've got to solve this dilemma with Councillor Patterson.
I thought it was my turn.
Yes, councillor, it's your turn to speak to this.
Oh,
But
no, sorry, I
first-
said that to Councillor Patterson.
Oh, okay.
With luck.
Or not. Just as well I have too.
Yes, exactly that. No, it's the question whether it's ready.
You can move it again, councillor Redington. And do you need a seconder? Like to second it, councillor Bain. Now you get to speak to it, and then there can be amendments, and we can hear foreshadowed motions at that point as well. But councillor Redington, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I ask a couple of questions first, please?
Certainly.
Thank you very much. With Mr. Jeff Clark's presentation yesterday evening, he said that he hadn't been contacted by council or council staff in order to discuss the future of the Visitor Information Centre. Could I please ask if that is correct?
Mr. General Manager.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, it's totally incorrect. I'll just go through a little bit of the history of this. The Mayoral minute was published on the 14th of November. Staff were aware, and the Mayor discussed it with myself, so we were actually aware it was coming before then. As the councillors know, we're already looking at implementing this because from our perspective, this was an operational matter, given the previous resolutions of council in relation to our tourism and economic development plans to ensure we're actually operating certain ways. So staff are already acting on this anyway. 14th of November, the business paper was published. The 15th of November, our staff, Alex Healy is here, Henley, met with Jeff Clark and others to discuss the matter, and that's all this is actually outlined in this report. The outcomes of that were, while not being happy initially, they did work through a process of which would see the volunteers being used in the development of a new gift shop for the Maritime Museum, which would allow them to generate additional income. We agreed to continue to pay for the next 12 months the $10,000 towards their rates. We agreed to continue to supply some information, brochures and those sorts of things to them as well. And then there was a number of other things that were actually done through that. The Mayor asked Mr. Clark yesterday whether there'd been contact after the council meeting, which was the 21st of November. There was a phone call with Mr. Clark on the 23rd of November. There were emails with Mr. Clark on the 23rd of November and also on the 14th of December. So there has been ongoing contact with Mr. Clark prior to the council resolution. So between when the business paper was published and prior to the council resolution and subsequent to the council resolution, there have been phone calls and emails and discussions held with Mr. Clark.
Another question, please.
You can.
Can I please ask, Mr. Clark also stated that the Maritime Precinct was a registered charity. Have we been able to follow that up?
Mr. General Manager?
Yeah, we believe that they are, but they've got to be able to provide us the evidence of that. So we need them to actually give us that evidence. If they're a registered charity, they'll have that in a certificate somewhere.
Okay, thank you very much. So,
Can I ask a question following up on
sorry,
that
you go.
question? What's the effect of it being a registered charity, Mr. General Manager?
Yeah, once we've got that, we'll be able to assess the type of registration it actually is, and then depending on the type of registration, that will be able to help us determine whether or not they actually have exemption from rates. But we need to get that from them.
thank you. I appreciate that. Could you please explain how the rental rebate is calculated, please?
I'm not aware that there is a rental rebate as such.
Oh.
There's
What's the
a
terminology?
rates rebate or a rates reduction. So they have about I think it's $1,600 or something reduced of their rates because they are a heritage listed item, and that sees a reduction in their actual rates. Steve might be able to add some more. Mr. Mitchell might be able to add some more to that.
Yeah, it's about $1,400, or through you, Mr. Mayor. It's about $1,400 in terms of the rates rebate. Just in terms of, in case there's a bit of misunderstanding around with some of Mr. Clark's comments, because they effectively pay to the Crown lands.
Yes.
And one of the items that the staff talked to Mr. Clark and others about in that meeting that the General Manager referred to was in relation to helping them negotiate, if you like, with the Crown lands to where you can actually get minimum statutory rent, because if they're paying a higher rent, then there's an opportunity for them to get lower rent in terms of what they're paying to Crown lands.
Thank you. I have another question. To me, have we done enough collaboration with them over the period of the initial mayoral minute to this present point in time? And also, the $10,000 per annum, is that staff time? Is that brochures? What is that what is it?
Mr. Mitchell?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's actually cash payment that we actually make in terms of rent for us to have the Visitor Information Centre located there. And so that's why, as part of the conversation in terms of transitional arrangements, was that, and we've already agreed that, and that's been communicated to the Maritime Precinct and confirmed to them that we will actually do that for next calendar year. So they've got that $10,000, which obviously for them is an important income source. I think probably just, and I guess that's where some of the issues around this are, is that this is sort of transitioning more into a discussion around the Maritime Precinct and their financial sustainability, rather than, I guess, what the original implementation, the original actions were around the best delivery for us of our visitor information services. So, in my opinion, into a different matter than what the council staff were trying to implement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mitchell. It's also my understanding that if we didn't get that $10,000 or any kind of rebate, that they would fold the precinct would fold. So that's a societal and community issue as well on the back of this. You're looking at me as if I'm crazy.
No, I can, I'm sorry.
You're speaking right out here. Mr. Mitchell, can you hear that? Yep.
Councillor Riddington, not questioning that that's an important income source for. I guess that was part of the conversations that the staff had, was to try and assist with that. So, as I said, 1 year of transitional funding, looking at working with them in terms of what they pay the Crown Lands and helping negotiate through that, which would be potentially a reasonable cost saving for them, helping in terms of the transition to use their volunteers around the gift shop, which would generate other revenue. And then now we'll also be able to investigate the registered charity status, which potentially will result in, $6 million. That'd be really nice, wouldn't it?
Sounds good. I'll go with that.
Look, I like to talk up a big story. The $6,000 rebate in terms of their rates. So the combination of those would, from those numbers I've just quoted would be in excess of that $10,000.
Okay, so
before you go on, Mr. Mayor, can I just add a little bit more to that? I think the other thing we need to keep in mind with this is that the $10,000 is one issue. The key issue here is about what came out of the Visitor Information Services review was for us to maximise the small amount of resources, get the best benefit for our visitors who are coming to this area. And in looking at that, we believe the best benefit is to place it into the holiday park. If council want to continue to fund the Maritime Museum, they could still choose to do that while still moving the Visitor Information Centre. So I think there are two different issues that could be merged, which don't actually need to be.
Okay, I get that. I'm quite amenable to considering that. My other thing is, and I think it needs to be stipulated really clearly, because we might have to go back to the original motion, but it needs to be stipulated clearly what assistance the council are going to give them, like as you said, work with the Lands Department, try and get that cost reduced, investigate the charitable status, look at the whole thing that affects them. I'd like that said somewhere. And it's not.
It's pretty much, certainly that can be part of any resolution of council. It's not in there because we already actually are doing that.
Right, I get it. I just want it really clear.
Yeah. So if you wish to put that into part of a resolution, that's,
I do.
Yeah.
Okay, so my next thing is the volunteers. Now, could I please ask how much dollar value, if you can put a figure on it, staff time in organising the volunteers, and how many volunteers have you got on your record for your information centre?
It's about 6 hours a week for one of our staff members to coordinate the volunteers.
Right.
I don't know what hourly rate they're on about that. And the number of volunteers are about 10 that actually used for the Visitor Information Centre. That goes up and down, and their availability is dependent. I know when they've done the roster looking into Christmas, the reason there's only one shift on a lot of that is because they can only get one volunteer at a time.
Okay, so conversely, another question, if I may, please. Conversely, you have a pool of volunteers that work between the craft shop, the art gallery, and the Maritime Museum, and the precinct is offering council the service of managing those volunteers. So we could take that particular function away from council, and this leads in, this leads into your accreditation for your Visitor Information Centre. It also leads into who's responsible for the Information Centre. It leads into your work health and safety of your volunteers. And I wanted to know how we could spread that risk, not moving it to the caravan park.
Mr. General Manager.
At the end of the day, if they are volunteers who are undertaking tasks for council, i.e. providing business information service, they are our responsibility. We cannot offload that to a third party, i.e. the Maritime Museum. We would still be ultimately responsible for their WHS. We'd still be ultimately responsible for their detailed induction, ensuring the level of service they're providing is adequate. There's a whole range of things we are still responsible for that can't devolve. So it doesn't actually help by the Maritime Museum taking them on, because we still have to do all those things ourselves. And the most efficient way is to do what you said we didn't want to do, and that's put it in the holiday park, because you're actually giving it to a body who's under a contract or professional staff who are doing it. So that's and co-locating it with a service like that that's actually open for far more hours than what our volunteers can provide, allows it greater access to the very small number of people who actually use visitor information centres now. There's the number of people using these are declining year on year. And there are a very small percentage of the people who are actually coming in.
I can understand that, but with Mr. Clark's figures, he's saying 10,000 people have visited the Visitor Information Centre this year. Now, I don't know how we monitor those figures, and maybe we need to be looking at how we do that. I get the fact that it's work health and safety, but the thing is, are you saying that you want to not get rid of, but you no longer require the services of the volunteers because you're going to move it to the caravan park and you won't need volunteers anymore?
Yeah, that's correct. By moving it to the holiday park, we don't need those volunteers. That's why we spoke to Mr. Clark and others about the use of those volunteers, and our staff spoke directly with the volunteers about the option of developing the gift shop. So one, that does two things. Effectively, it gives them another income stream, and two, it allows the volunteers still be involved in it. The 10,000, we've got no way of testing that. However, that 10,000 is 10,000 people out of nearly 500,000 that come to our shire. So we're still talking a very, very small number of people who are making any access to a visitor information service.
Yeah, I honestly, I get that. So the thing is, we've still got the issue of access to the caravan park office. We've still got 12 steps and we've still got a boom gate. So I'd really like to know your thoughts on how we can overcome the access issues.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor.
Mr. General Manager.
Yeah, there's a number of things that will actually be undertaken. Yes, there are some steps, which does create an issue for a very small number of people who have issues in terms of their mobility. In terms of getting that, council's adopted management plan for the holiday park actually has that facility totally rebuilt, which would be then fully compliant. So, you know, at that point where that happens, then it'll be fully compliant, fully accessible, no issues in terms of that. So there'll be a short-term time when they have got those steps. However, you're talking about a very small number who wouldn't be able to actually gain that access into that area out of a very small number of people who are using visitor information centres anyway.
Okay, so in summary, we are going to help, if this is what we're going to do, we're going to assist the precinct with their negotiations with Crown Land to reduce their rental, which I find absolutely hideous that they pay that amount of money for the privilege of maintaining Crown Land buildings. And then we're also going to look at their charitable status, and that will be virtually the equivalent of probably your 10 grand plus. So I'd really like to be able to have more conversations, put that to the precinct committee and delay the implementation, as you say, for another year. Does that make sense?
That's you're asking if that makes sense. Thank you. Yes, it does. So very quickly, I have a couple of questions I'd like to ask about this too, so I can be clear in my mind about where we're going with the Visitor Information Centre. Mr. General Manager, is it good practice to implement a decision of council before it's made? We made the decision on the 21st November, and a lot of these events happen before the 21st of December. So even though the resolution might have been lost, or the mayoral minute might have been lost, you're implementing it. Is that good practice?
What the staff were doing were implementing previous decisions of council prior to your mayoral minute. That was being brought to your attention because we're already implementing resolutions of council. So staff are acting in line with previous resolutions of council in working through and implementing the Visitor Information Services Review. Your mayoral minute stopped that from actually occurring. Meeting on the 15th was still went ahead because it was already planned anyway, allowed us to frame that, and we had to reframe the meeting to be aware of and in line with your mayoral minute. So that's what the staff actually did. They adapted to the situation as it was, having already been implementing previous resolutions of council.
Right, thank you. My second question, because I've been given alternative information from Mr. Clark about the discussion on the maritime gift shop. He told me that he only had it was only briefly mentioned in the discussion with the council staff member, and that it hadn't been put to the committee. It had only been a discussion with him and one other person. So the gift shop idea is come out in this report as being locked in, but I don't think the Maritime Precinct Committee, in which Mr. Clark said last night there are 20 members, haven't met on that. So how can we assume that the gift shop is a thing that's going to happen at the Maritime Precinct?
Through Mr. I don't believe the report says that the gift shop is an absolute fait accompli. I think what it says and what it's outlined is that the discussion was held at length in that meeting. There was a range of things that part of that meeting came out of the letter that Mr. Clark referred to that he sent to me. And the reason it wasn't replied to is because the staff are actually discussing the contents of that letter with Mr. Clark with that. And it was for him then to go and discuss that with the committee. We're not saying it is locked in. It's still up to them to make that decision, depending on what council actually finally resolves.
Thank you. And in the report, it talks about the Manager Economic Development and Tourism called all volunteers. How many was that? Because we're told last night there are between 60 and 70 volunteers at the Maritime Precinct. How many of those volunteers were called out of the 60?
Our tourism manager called the Visitor Information Centre volunteers,
So
which was the 10. That's correct, because that we have no business contacting any of the others.
Right, okay.
They're not our volunteers.
Yeah, because the story of 60 versus 10 and I was just amazed that staff member could call 60 people in one day. That's incredible. So I've got those questions there, and we have Councillor Patterson and Councillor Wyatt wishing to speak. Councillor Patterson. Sorry.
A couple of things.
Sorry. Oh, did you want to open the debate now? I'm sorry, my apology. You can actually speak to the motion that's in front of us, or you can not do that. Yeah, no,
That's what you moved.
That's the one on the screen now, which is the same as the mayoral minute. You're moving that. Do you wish to speak to that? Before we come to Councillor Patterson and then Councillor Wyatt.
I would like to speak later if I can, because we might go back.
Right, thank you. Councillor Pat. Yep.
Thank you.
Councillor Patterson.
A couple of things. First off, I'd like to foreshadow a motion, and the original motion is 10.6, the recommendation from staff. That's my foreshadowed motion. Amendment. Can I call an amendment rather? I'll call an amendment, sorry. Learning as we go. So when I'm reading what Councillor Riddington has put up there, is the original one requested general manager to undertake a review. We've got the review. You know, examine implications withdrawing the council funding from maritime. We've got the implications. You know, assess the means and possibility of maintaining funding maritime museum. We've got that.
But you're talking to it at the moment. Just you're moving it first, and then I'll get a second, and then I'll come back to you. Speak to
all
it.
good. All good.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder, please? Councillor Saul. Sorry, Councillor Patterson. Continue, please.
Yeah. No worries. So I just see, like, I'm not going to semantics and go for every single thing, but I've read it all. That's what we've asked council to do. They've delivered that. They've given us this. I was going to ask a question that was already asked by Councillor Riddington about the questions that were given to us last night in the public forum about timing of responses and communication. we've had that one talked about already by the General Manager, Mr. Milburn. So to me, the Maritime Museum is, to me, and I appreciate the fact that it's there, but we're talking about the Visitor Information Centre. The Maritime Museum, to me, is holding on to the Visitor Information Centre for funding for the Maritime Museum, not the other way around. So I look at it as cost shifting by the state and federal government, mainly the state government, because it's Crown land, it's a state asset, that they are pulled away from wanting to fund this. They are saying to council, can you take it over and you guys fund it and you guys run it? We don't want to do that. We don't want to create more assets on the books that we really, that's a state government issue. So I want to move the existing recommendation, because I see that council staff has done the due diligence to give us the report back here on the Visitor Information Centre. I believe the Maritime Museum thing is separate, and I think that offering them the option of having a gift store in there is an option that they can look at. But we can't look at it for them because that's the Maritime Museum. But I bet that council staff would give them a help if there was any idea about. I won't say they will. I'd probably ask through Mr. Mayor, through to the General Manager. Would that be a possibility that would be something that staff would do anyway? That would say, well, this is how we'll help you look at the feasibility of setting up a stall.
Mr. General Manager.
You could add, picking up on Councillors Patterson's and Councillor Riddington's comment, you could actually add a point 4 to what was recommended.
Yep.
And that would be that council staff continue to work with the Maritime Museum in relation to their clarification of their charitable status, the negotiation with Crown Lands over their lease arrangements, the potential establishment of a gift shop, and or other revenue opportunities, and the future use of the current Visitor Information Centre volunteers. That could be put into number 4 on the amendment.
Amendment. Thank you.
Amendment. That would pick up. Yeah. Yeah.
So
That would pick up Councillor Riddington's comments from before, and we continue to work with him in that way. And that would be point 4, the original recommendation.
So can you get that from to Mr. Good, please?
Yeah, we're having trouble with the minute. We've major technical issues today. So if councillors were to look at their own screens, if you pull up the original recommendation on your own screens, so you've got, on your laptop. Yeah, on your laptop.
That's there.
No, that's sorry, that's what's actually up here. Sorry, it is. Sorry, it is what's up there. It's actually what's on this screen. I thought that was still the old one. So what you'd have is point 4. The council, point 4, continues to work with the Maritime Precinct in relation to the clarification. Clarification of 2A, charitable status, B, negotiation with Crown Lands in relation to their lease. It's the whole, So, C, the potential establishment of gift shop, and D, the potential use of the Visitor Information Centre volunteers in other roles.
Can I just say that's a little confusing? Just the end bit about your volunteers, because they're not going to be yours anymore.
No, that's right. That would go across to them, and certainly the conversations that Ms. Henley has had is a number of them are quite interested in actually doing that.
At the caravan park.
No, this is the gift shop in the Maritime Precinct.
It was my understanding. And Alex, please forgive me if I'm wrong. Mr. Clark said that at that meeting it was a bit of a throwaway line. The gift shop. I don't know. Was it?
It was part of the detailed discussion.
Thank you. That's all right. Thank you very much.
I'm sure we'd be leaving some visitor information brochures on the table
Oh,
in the.
That's in
actually,
the
that's
report.
that. Yeah, you could do an E that council. It's called. What is it? Something point. Visitor point. That visitor point provide a selection of tourism brochures for the Maritime Precinct.
That's point E.
That's the whole thing. Yeah, maps brochures. Yeah,
Add that in as E.
that becomes E.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Visitor point. Righto, so we've got a mover and a seconder, and you've spoken to it. Councillor Wyatt and then Councillor Bain.
Good to go.
Yes, please.
Well, I think most of this is what I wanted to say, but I'm going to say it anyway. I mean, this is confusing, very confusing. I mean, what is the museum and what is the visitor information centre? And where does the role of Kempsey Shire Council start and finish? And where does the role of the state government start and finish? And what is the purpose of that entire property? And I think that the volunteers are operating in both. So there's 10,000 people that went into that visitor information centre. Did they just go in and grab a brochure and walk out, or did they then step into the museum? And did they go and visit the museum, or not the museum, the pilot station complex? Like, how do you separate out those two purposes? It's state-owned land. It's a state heritage registered property. My understanding from the speaker yesterday is the volunteers lease it from the state on a month-by-month basis for around $6,000. So they're leasing a state-owned property. They don't have, and they're managing it on the behalf of the state, and they're being charged to do it. Like, I just find that absolutely absurd and offensive, to be quite honest. State government, that's offensive. It's a state heritage listed property. There's legal requirements to protect those heritage values outlined in the Heritage Act. So if those aren't protected, and they talked about some of the things yesterday, so if they aren't protected, what is the liability there? And in the listing on the State Heritage Registered site, there's a few things there that they're required to do. One is carry out an interpretation, promotion, education, prepare a maintenance schedule and guidelines, and produce a conservation management plan. So who's got to do that? Volunteers? Yeah, who's got to do that? Volunteers. I asked questions yesterday about that heritage management, and your speaker told us there's only one. I think he said there's only one intact pilot station in the. Yeah, so it's pretty significant. I mean, it is offensive that the state government is not helping them. They should have guidance, and they should have a heritage advisor from the New South Wales Heritage Office to help them. There are 2 state heritage registered properties within 5 kilometres of that site, the Tri-Bay Jail and Smoky Cape. They have full access to heritage specialists, full access to heritage architects, full access to curators, and full access to education programs and tours and volunteers, and they get paid for it. It's just an extraordinary position that the state government is imposing on these volunteers. And it seems to me that this is a confusing bit, is they need Kempsey Council to rent a part of that building, is it 10 grand, just to keep that museum operational, because they have to pay that back to the government. This is the confusing bit. Yeah, that's what I said. I said, and now they need Kempsey Shire Council to pay rent for a small room in that museum to keep it operational, so that it can pay its rent back to the state government. Like, I just don't get it.
Neither do I.
It appears that, so it does appear that they need to generate money to pay those rates and operate it. How do they separate what is a VIC job and a museum job? And they said yesterday, he stood there yesterday, they are mowing lawns, they're fixing concrete, doing stuff in the museum. That is not a VIC role, I don't think. A VIC role is probably giving out information and talking about the values of tourism. So yeah, I mean, it is confusing. Where does it stop? Where does it start? We have a dedicated group of volunteers in the middle here that are desperate to get money to keep funding, as my understanding, the pilot station, to protect the state heritage significance out of the compassion and commitment that they have for the value of that heritage for all of us to enjoy. And we should be grateful to them for that.
Yes.
To me, this is a funding problem. It's like most things, to maintain and protect the pilot station. And what I liked that up there. I just think we need to unpack the management and operation of the entire precinct and work out who does what's the role, and that amendment there, do you think that includes, how do we unpack the management and the operation of the entire precinct? Because that's what I'd like to sort out.
Thank you.
Do you think, does that recommendation in there include how, like, unpacking the management and operation of the entire pilot station precinct, which there's two bits of,
No, the report won't be about that.
but this is just a room in a building.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor. just
Mayor,
clarify.
General Manager will further explain. Thank you, Councillor White.
Certainly, I don't think anyone disagrees with what Councillor White has just said. It's one of the reasons we're pushing back on Crown Land, saying we don't want to take over the management of this site. There are significant costs and risks associated with taking that on. If Councillor White wishes us to look at that, that would need to come up as a notice of motion because it's beyond the scope of this report.
Councillor Bain.
Clarification question then, sorry.
Thank you. Yes.
So are we happy then that the visitors, that the $10,000, that council's paying to the visitor information centre, are we happy that that is also, that those volunteers are maintaining that heritage precinct, or they're not? Are they two separate things?
Mr. Mitchell, I can explain to you that councillors were not here to be happy. Go on.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess it goes back to that same conversation around the number of volunteers. And so what Mr. Clark referred to, and even what the Mayor referred to today, around the 60 or 70 volunteers versus the 10 that are in the Vic. So my understanding is the volunteers that are maintaining the precinct and mowing and all of that are not the Visitor Information Centre volunteers. They're the other volunteers, like including the public forum speaker last night, I believe, does an enormous amount of work out there and is probably doing a lot of that, those functions himself. It's not the volunteers that are working in the Visitor Information Centre, is my understanding.
Thank you. Councillor Bain, followed by Councillor Riddington on the amendment.
Yeah, morning, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'd like to just clarify that there are the two separate operations of the Maritime Precinct and the Visitor Information Centre, and that there are 70 volunteers in the Maritime Precinct and there are 10 volunteers in the Vic, and 10,000 visitors came through the Maritime Precinct. They have a digital counter where everyone that comes in, they ask them what their postcode is, they whack the postcode in there, and that keeps a very accurate record. But that's not people visiting the Visitor Information Centre. That's people visiting the Maritime Precinct. And the art gallery, that's based in the art gallery, where they already have a gift shop, like it's already there. So I'm very comfortable with this, particularly with part 4. So in effect, it won't look any different at all, except that A, we won't be paying $10,000 a year, and B, we won't be responsible for managing volunteers. But apart from that, it'll be look very, very much the same as it does now. There'll still be a room there with some brochures in it and maybe selling some bits and pieces. And there'll be someone there to say, hi, how are you? This is where the museum is. And, oh, hey, have you heard about the great fish and chips down the road? Or have you been up to that fantastic upriver hotel that's just come under new management or whatever, So, it won't look any different, but it will be different. And if we can balance that $10,000 that we're not paying them with supporting them to reduce rates and reduce rent that they're paying to Crown Land, I think we're looking at a really good win-win situation. But there's still one fly in the ointment for me, and I know there's not a huge number of people with disabilities, but it's not about how many people there are. It's about access and the right of access. So and I hadn't been aware till today that there are actually plans for improving the access to the caravan park office. That's new information for me, and maybe it's in the report and I didn't read it. I don't know. There's so many papers to read, so I do miss some things. It is in there. No, it's not in there. Oh, okay. So if that was to happen, I mean, that then resolves the last fly in the ointment for me, is that we have good access to the new Visitor Information Centre. But then what's the time frame and I'll use my speaking time first before I have this question. What's the time frame of that work being completed? and or the gap between people being able to access Visitor Information Centre and visiting the at the caravan park. So at what time frame will there be that disabled people won't have access? And secondly, maybe we could defer that process until the access is fixed, because it is important that all people have a right, a human right to access, well, despite their disability. And thank you, that's all.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Before I come to you, Councillor Riddington, I'd like to ask the General Manager a couple of questions about that disabled access.
You want me to answer that
Answer them.
first?
Yeah, the disabled access one?
With the questions that Arthur just asked.
Yes, I can follow on with my question too. So.
The our priorities at the moment are the changes to the amenities and everything at Horseshoe Bay. That's our priority at the moment, and then we'll be looking at what we do in terms of the house and the reception and all those things from there. So we're not talking something that's going to be happening in the next 1 or 2 years. What we are finding though, in terms of people coming into the area, there's a number of things, and having been involved with visitor information centres for a very, very long time. There is, with people with disabilities, tend to plan well ahead. They need to plan well ahead in terms of where they're going and that sort of thing. So a lot of them do not use visitor information centres simply because they're already planned and they know where they're going. Tourism New South Wales and also nationally, there is far more move for accessible digital access for people with disabilities. So they're actually getting their information from a digital space far more effectively. We're seeing ourselves that our website is growing. We have 58,000 visitors a year to actually access our website. A whole range of those would be people with disabilities as well. So it's getting that balance between making the visitor information centre more accessible to more people by moving it now, while there still will be, yes, a negative impact on a small number of those because they won't be able to access it until we actually replace the existing building. And I think what the staff have put forward, I believe, is a balance between those two things.
And Mr. General Manager, following up on that, when there's a switchover and the caravan park managers got the brochures and reception desk, and people come down the stairs and ask questions, is it possible for a sign to be at the top of the stairs, because the disabled people have walked over with their wheelie walker and realise, oh, there's stairs down the visitor information centre, a sign saying, ring this number and we'll come and talk to you if you need help on visitor information. Somehow phrase that so that people will not be disadvantaged by the fact that a able person comes up the stairs and gets the information that they want.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of things to keep in mind here. There'll still be access to Visitor Information Centre at the Maritime Precinct, so they don't necessarily have to go down the stairs at all. If depending on which way they're coming into town, they can also stop at the Slim Dusty Centre, which has the visitor information and the main Visitor Information Centre in it that has fully accessible as well. And we got to remember that the holiday park has been operating very, very effectively without disabled access and dealing with people with disabilities for many, many years in the current status as it currently is. So again, I think there are ways of managing all of these things. It's not absolutely perfect. When we redevelop that site, we will be able to actually have that fully accessible site for them as well. So yes, I think, yeah, there are ways of actually managing it.
Thank you.
Councillor Bain's got a follow-up.
Just, yeah, a couple of follow-up questions.
Councillor Bain,
So we're
then
not looking at a very short, we're looking at a long-term lack of access, but if we follow this plan, then we've still got the visitor point at the Maritime Precinct. Is there any, so last question, are we going, as we've been paying a lease at the to the Maritime Precinct, are we going to be paying anything to the caravan park to provide this service, or are they going to be providing that service as part of their day-to-day operations?
Yes, through
Mr. General Manager.
Yeah, they'll be providing as part of their day-to-day operations. I will add just in relation to the general access, there will be new signage and that installed as well in terms of directing people into the various centres and things. So,
Thank you. Councillor Riddington, please.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Councillor Bain, for those questions. I just have a couple more follow on. With the time frame being a little bit nebulous, can we run this contemporaneously with the Vic and the caravan park?
well,
Mr. General Manager.
I think that's if
Is that
council.
the plan?
Yeah, basically, I think that's
Okay.
the effect of if council adopts this, that effectively is what will be happening.
Until you get the access.
Well, even after we get the access, the Maritime Museum may still wish to actually. We've not put any time limit on us providing the visitor point, providing the brochure. There's no time frame on that.
Great. Thank you very much. Now, my last question. We have the beautiful and delightful Steve Brooker, our heritage person, who comes out and assists us. Is he still going to be available to come out and assist the precinct?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, he's our heritage advisor, and whatever it's Steve, yeah, he'll be the one that's actually doing that.
Lovely. Thank you. And there won't be a cost or anything to the Vic or the Maritime Precinct?
That's a service we provide to anyone
Lovely.
that's got heritage listed properties. And
Beautiful. Thank you very much. That's it.
Thank you. Very quickly, I'll just speak formally against the motion or amendment that's before us, in that, for me, words matter. And in the Mayoral minute, there was a resolution of council on the 21st of November. It actually said working collaboratively with the Museum Maritime Precinct Committee. And that means, in my interpretation of the word collaboratively, sitting down and talking through issues, not with just the president, but with the whole group or the whole committee, to come up with a good way forward. And it would have brought out all those issues about paying for managing Crown land, the objectionable idea of paying to manage a Crown land property. I find that incredible. So for me, the collaboration hasn't happened. And if it had, we might have been in a better position. So I just, as I said earlier, I asked the question about how we could have a decision of council being implemented before it's made. I just find that very unusual. But anyway, I've spoken against this. I might even vote for it, but it's something I think we should not be doing this early. It could have happened in a couple of months' time. Anyway, are there any other speakers on this, please? Otherwise, I'll ask Councillor Patterson to close the. No, wait. It's an amendment. Yeah. You can't. I'm sorry. I'm wrong again.
You carries.
You removed the original motion. You can close debate on the amendment. It hasn't been passed yet.
But how do I do that with his amendment?
You can be the final speaker. You're the final speaker on any amendment to your original motion. So you.
Oh, okay. So now we're back to this one. Right.
You're still speaking on the amendment in front of it.
Yeah. I've got it. Yeah. I can't read that. I read that.
Yeah.
Have you got to speak?
No.
You don't get to speak again because you're an amendment mover. It's the original motion mover.
Who's on first base?
Yeah. So
what's on second?
What's not on second?
It's an old Abbott and Costello. Yeah.
Who's on first?
That's it. What's on third? I will now speak to this amendment then.
Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Councillor Patterson, for once. So what I'd like to do is close debate on this, because I really wanted to have the charitable status in there, the negotiations with Crown Land to their lease, the potential establishment of whatever gift shop I have no clue about, the potential use of the Visitor Information Centre volunteers and other roles, visitor point providing a range of tourism maps and brochures. I like that a lot. I think I would now, and I hope Mr. Clark doesn't kill me when I drive over Jerseyville Bridge, but I would like to now support that.
Thank you. We'll now vote on the amendment that's on the screen before us. I'm going to ask, is there any dissent? There's no dissent. I declare it carried. It now becomes a motion, and anyone now wish to speak on the motion that's before us? He's thinking about it.
Close debate.
No, you
Go.
can't.
Go. Okay, righto. My last little thing I'll talk about is we spoke about the issue, the maritime area possibly losing funding with this. I think we need to introduce them into the, like the Gladstone Pool Committee, into the possibilities of applying for grant funding through the Mayoral Fund to help them on the short-term basis. I think we need to move forward with this amendment that covers everything that we've asked council to do, and at least those extra things in point 4. I feel for our community of South West Rocks and our visitors, that I do feel that our state government has let us down because of it's actually on Crown land, that they should be running this. But with this, we can work towards a better and more favourable outcome for the community and for our visitor information centre, which this is all about, which we ask our council to do. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak before I ask the mover of the motion in reply, if she wishes to? No one wishing to speak. Councillor Whittington, you don't have to speak, but you can decide to close debate.
Thank you very much. I close debate.
I'll now put the motion that is now on the screen. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. I declare it carried.
Can I ask a procedural question, sir, Mr. Mayor?
You can ask a procedural question.
Based on our time frame, what likelihood are we going to get through our meeting today?
100%.
We're going to get there. Positive thoughts going here. We're going to get through it all. Thank you. We're up to 10.7, which is on page 66, and it's disposal of surplus council land at Old Temagog Rural Fire Service site. And we'll need someone other than that councillor who keeps putting his hand up. No one else to speak to it. Oh, the Temagog person. Oh, yeah. Councillor Ring, you wish to move it? Councillor Ring is moving it.
Yeah.
And a seconder, please. Councillor Saul, thank you. Councillor Ring.
I would just like to acknowledge that this is the second time that this motion has come to council. And it came, was it August 2023 or
December
22 that the original
December
one
22.
came up?
1 year ago.
Okay. It just says notes the community. Yeah. Okay. And while there was, intent for the community to use this facility, I think given the busyness and craziness of this year, it just hasn't happened, and the interest that has come to sell the land, I think that, this is the best way forward. That's all I have to say on that.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. I'd like to ask a question of the General Manager, please. If this is agreed to and we sell it, will there be a report back to Council in confidential on the success of it? Would that be a normal procedure?
Yeah, no, it wouldn't be a normal procedure. What we do is just put an item in the Councillor's weekly bulletin to let you know.
Been sold. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Because it hangs around for a couple of years. We don't want to know about that. We do need to know that. Any debate on this, please? Councillor Bain.
Yes, I would like to speak against this. I think there was, I acknowledge that there was community consultation. The community have indicated that they'd be willing to work through this as a 355 committee if that was to be formed. They're noting too that there's been vandalism to the shed in that interim period, including the lock being glued and a fire being lit at the back of it. But my communication with the community, with the Temagog residents mob, was that they are quite capable of applying for grants and taking responsibility and working on it. So I would, and I'm surprised it has been 12 months already since this last came to us, but and there hasn't been a lot of movement in getting people together. But if the forming of a 355 committee and give them 12 months to see what they can do, and then potentially sell it. The other questions would be: have we got any idea? I mean, we're going to go and take it out for a market valuation. I'd like to know sort of what quantum we're talking about before, like a rough valuation prior to putting it on the market. I noticed in the reports too, it says
Councillor Bain, I don't think that would be appropriate.
No.
For that number to be put out in public.
No,
What would influence a sale?
Yeah, no, I'm not saying right now, but I'm saying, before we choose to sell it, I think councillors should have some idea of what kind of value we're looking at. And I noticed in the report it says, it will generate an income of about $1,500 a year rates. Is that accurate, that it'll be $1,500 a year rates on that very, very small 223 square metre parcel of land?
Mr. Mitchell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I think it's rates and charges, not just the property rates. We'll double check on that. It is definitely an avoided cost, but it's not just the property rates and charges, but can confirm that. I think what I would say is, I guess, in terms of what is in the report as well, it's I guess it's just the potential future cost around having another asset to maintain, which we don't know what those costs will be going forward.
Thank you. Any further debate?
Yeah, just to finish off and say, I recognise that if it did become a 355 committee, that there would be costs to council for that we still have responsibility for workplace health and safety, which would be an issue. But I believe that the community could work together to access funds to apply for grants. I know the people have got skills in that area, and I'd like to have a better opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Riddington, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. To me, how long do you reckon you'd need, Councillor Bain, for this process? And would a 355 committee make a decision to either sell it or not? That's up to them, is it? I'm not really getting it.
Still a council property.
355 committee. Sorry, can I answer that or not?
Thank you.
Yeah, 355 committee would be, it's still a council property. Just the 355 committee would then be managing it and looking after what needs to be done in there. Like 355 hall committees.
Yeah.
So it would just be working, saying, oh, well, we're going to use it as a community resource. It was donated by the community, built by the community. It is a community resource, and I think a parcel that size is going to be very negligible in value, and in terms of our projected deficit, I don't think selling this property is going to have much impact at all.
So I'd like to ask a question on this too. The 223 square metres of land, we sell it to a neighbouring property, would they have to do a rezoning to include that land in their own land?
Through Mr. Mayor, no, they wouldn't have to. It'll be a separate lot.
And they still have to pay rates on that separate lot?
Yeah, they can choose to do a boundary adjustment, but they wouldn't have to.
Right, thank you. Yeah, just saying we'll be losing the rate increase or the rates from it. Any further debate? If not,
may I ask a question there? If they did apply for a boundary adjustment and made it part of their land, then there'd be no actual rates income off it after that, would that? They'd just be paying the normal rates on their original land, yeah?
Yeah,
Through Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
the rates would be recalculated because it now actually have an additional section of land on it. So the route rates would have to be recalculated based on the extension of that land.
20 cents a year.
And
more.
at the end of the day, any loss of that would be redistributed across the whole rate portfolio because we don't lose rate money through that sort of process. It just gets redistributed.
Thank you. Again, there are no further speakers. I'll ask Councillor Kinney, Councillor Ring, if you would like to close debate.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am seeking support from my fellow councillors to support this motion. I think while, you know, it has been 12 months since this original motion came to council, and 12 months is a long time to make a decision to get, you know, an idea together. And while there may be capability to do something, there clearly isn't a really immediate existing need to do something with this shed. I think any more work or any delay on this is like a misuse of resources of staff. So I think this is the best option that we have. We should dispose of this parcel of land and move on.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. I put the motion. Is there any dissent? There's one dissent. Declare it carried. We move back to the airport now. On page 71, we've got the commercial pilot training agreement with Sportfly Aviation. Just wondering if, Mr. General Manager, we need to change the title of that, this commercial agreement of pilot training.
The title of the item. The title is still correct, as Mr. Pearson said. It may be a little bit ambiguous, but it's a commercial pilot training agreement. It's a commercial agreement about pilot training.
Yeah, well, I see his point.
Yeah,
Thank you.
so it could be read a couple of different ways, but it is a commercial agreement about pilot training. No, it's already there.
It's in the wrong spot. That's okay. Okay. So we've got the recommendation there on page 71. I hope everyone's arrived there, and I'm looking for a mover, Councillor Ferguson.
I'd like to move it, please, Mr. Mayor.
And before you do, I'll ask for a seconder. Councillor Bain. Councillor Ferguson, please.
I believe the airport's an important asset to keep open, even without private use, even just for floods, fire, emergency and medical transport. Being aware of our cost to operate, I think it's very important. We should be working with businesses and encouraging them to stay at the airport to offset cost to our community. And I'd like to also foreshadow an amendment, please.
Well, you're moving it, so your amendment you'll accept from yourself, and it'll be the motion.
Yep. And can I then speak to it straight away?
Yes, yep. Sure.
I'd just like to move an amendment to increase the current rate cap. I suggest doubling the rate cap or adjusting it to, for better words, a market rate cap comparable with neighbouring airports. If we use rates of neighbouring airports to set rates, I believe we should also compare terms and conditions, and in this case, movement caps. Port Macquarie, and this information I've received on reasonable grounds, Port Macquarie's annual rate for light aircraft is $1,425, including GST per aircraft per annum, with a current rate cap of 7,500 movements per annum. We charge a little bit more than that, but we're capping this guy at 2,200. That we increase that to keep his business here rather than looking elsewhere. And my suggestion may be to double that current rate cap, or if we find out that that would be well above or below market neighbouring airports, adjust it accordingly.
So we need to be clear what you're moving, and maybe I can get some advice from Mr. General Manager, please.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor. The 2,200 is based on the historic information they have, and the 7,500 movements per annum is up for 5 aircraft at Port Macquarie. It's not for one.
Okay.
Yeah, it's 5 aircraft, so it's actually a lot less. than what he's got with the 2200 as it is at the moment. So, so we believe at 2200, he's getting his 90% discount already on that. And again, this is supporting a local business. We're certainly not giving that sort of relief to other businesses around town for it. So we based on the historical area that is actually done, the agreement we've actually had in place, we believe again that the 2200 is a reasonable amount to allow ratepayers to subsidise it, and then after that they need to pay the full freight.
Yep. Mr. Mayor, could I please remove my amendment and just put the motion as is, please?
So you're putting 20,000 movements? No. 2,200 is
If it's already compared to market rates, then I'm happy with that.
Yep. Thank you very much.
Withdraw the amendment.
Well, it's not there because it was never there. Okay, we did get to seek further information, so it was never actually part of the motion. Okay, so do you want to speak further to the motion or?
Not at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have another speaker, Councillor Baines and then Councillor White?
I would like to move a further amendment in terms of Save Kempsey Airport Action Group's public forum yesterday. And I'll email these words through to Mr. Thorogood. They are point 3, to recognise that Sportfly Aviation aircraft uses Sportfly Aviation uses light recreational aircraft and is not involved in training commercial pilots. Was a request for clarification, and I'm putting in a sort of an amended version of that. If that's
a new point that you're amending.
Point 3.
It would be point 3.
Point 3.
And I'll just send that through to Mr. Thorogood.
Mr. Mayor, can I just speak to that?
Speak to that, please, Mr. General Manager.
Understand where Mr. Pearson's coming from that when you raise it. However, that's not something that's actually come from the operator. Making that comment actually puts a restriction on his business. He may choose at some point in the future to actually have commercial pilot training. And therefore, I don't believe that comment should actually be included at all, because it's dictating to a private operator what they are or may want to do in the future.
I withdraw that amendment.
Thank you.
Thank you. It wasn't seconded, so well on the books. Do we have any other? Councillor White, you're next. Sorry.
I just want to ask a question as well. I mean, I think it was pretty clear that the airport is very complicated. And I think when this came to us in March 2022, which was like 2 months after we were elected. So, me making my decision then was a newbie, and I've gained a lot more wisdom about managing the airport than I have back then. And I think in the middle of this is this person just wanting to run a business and doing a good service, trying to teach people to fly. My question is, why is it only 3 years with a 1-year option? That does not seem like a very sustainable operating model for this business owner to plan into the future. There is no certainty beyond 3 years for a really big investment. I mean, we're talking about like some of these hangars, you've got leases of to 2041. Why has this guy only got a 3-year lease with a 1-year option?
Mr. General Manager.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, the reasons are quite different. The others are actually dealing with buildings. It's a lease around. I mean, this is actually just the ability to fly in and out of the airport. And we don't know what his business model will be in 4, 5, 6 years' time. We don't want to lock council into something that may not be appropriate for what the business may look like should it grow and develop in 4 or 5 years' time by locking them into a long-term lease.
And the converse is true, is that he may not be able to plan for the long term because he only has a 3-year lease. I don't know.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. Thank you, Mr. General Manager. Councillor Patterson, please.
Just like to make comment business-wise on and probably ask this through to the General Manager or Mr. Mitchell about the actual cost to all our ratepayers. What sort of subsidy have we got, say, for the 2200 landings? And what sort of subsidy does he get for that? And then if he goes over the 2200 landings and then goes into just the standard fees, what sort of subsidies on the standard fee once he breaks that limit, because it has been spoken about that maybe that's not enough, but I think that's obviously a lot. So that's my question. What sort of subsidies are we got? And this is based on the cost of the airport, because we need an airport there for him to land on.
Mr. General Manager?
Yep. The subsidy for the flights up to 2,200, up to 2,000 movements works out to a subsidy of about $15,000 across a year across the 22,000 flights.
Yep.
So it's about 90% subsidy on what he would pay if he was paying full freight.
Yeah, yeah. So in actual fact, once again, us as a council with ratepayers, we're subsidising a private enterprise.
Correct.
So I think this is very, very, very generous. I would like to be subsidised myself in my own business, but that will never happen. But I think this is a fair agreement. This is something that council has worked with this gentleman, and the 3-year term would be completely sufficient. And I'm looking at the fact that 3 years one option, he would be entering into some type of negotiation approaching in his second year, approaching his end of his third year, be open, looking at forward thinking then, because business don't wait till their leases are run out to make a negotiation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Any further speakers?
I just didn't get an opportunity to continue my follow-up question, which was,
I'm sorry, Councillor
Oh, yeah,
White, I didn't know you
That's
had
okay.
one.
no worries. Yeah. Oh, now I lost my train of thought. The lease, yeah. Has he asked for a longer lease? Like maybe 5 year, 10 years with a 10-year option? Has he asked for a longer lease?
Mr. General Manager?
I'm just waiting for a reply.
Okay, that's part
No.
A. No. Oh, no, he hasn't.
No, that's just what I've got. He was happy with 1 year, and it was our idea to give him 3.
I don't have confidential information which I can't share, but I'm sure we've shared about it before. I was just curious whether there's. I just don't think that there is security in 3 years, but I'm not the business operator. I'm just making a decision.
No, they take the risk. Yep. Thank you. Councillor Patterson, another question?
Yeah. It came to light when a few people were talking last night about how we actually count landings and touch and goes. I don't know if we, and maybe I can get confirmation of this through to the general manager. Do we count touch and goes as a landing like other regional airports? Do they do the same thing, or is it like if a guy does a takeoff, 3 circuits, and each circuit he does a touch and go, we're charging him for a full-on landing, taxi, and back to his hangar every time, are we? Or is that something that we're on the standard of doing? Is that a normal thing?
Here's the answer, Councillor Patterson. Mr. General Manager.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the charges we apply are 1 landing fee for 1 touch and go. In the industry, it does vary from place to place, but that's certainly the I'd say a good practice is if someone's landing once, they should be charged because that's the wear and tear on the runway.
So would that not be reflected anyway in our low charges at our airstrip for landing to start with? Like I'm saying that, we don't charge that much to land here anyway. And if they're doing touch and goes, and other airstrips do charge a different rate for touch and goes, but their actual landing fee may be at higher rate than ours. Question. Yeah.
Certainly, airports will have landing fees higher than ours, and we do only charge for landings, not for takeoff. So you only get charged once in that way. And certainly our charges are favourable for the operator as well.
And final question, it could be a little bit long-winded, but, looking at council's budget, looking at us having to spend, or is it going to be approximately $7 million on 11 with $5 million funding? Anyway, will will his operation be affected if council perhaps chooses not to retar the whole runway and just back to smaller planes? You know, because this would be something we'll be doing within this 3-year term, I'm guessing.
Mr. General Manager.
That's something that would need to be looked at if council would decide to recode the runway and not keep it at its current level. And we wouldn't be looking just at him. We would actually need to be looking at everyone that's actually using the airport to really do that. So that'd be a fairly detailed consultation process.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers on this matter? Okay, I'll ask this mover in reply if he wants to close debate.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's my personal belief that Sportfly is a responsibly locally owned business that operates with professionalism. Sportfly is also one that focuses on training and helping young people of school age and up with skills and pilot training rather than just profitability and dollars. And I think we should be supporting any business in our shire that has that focus. And I look forward to fellow councillors' support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. I'll put the motion. Is there any dissent? No dissent. I declare it carried. Move on to 10.9. Macleay Valley Recreation and Adventure Park update. And there's a recommendation there on page 74. And yes, do we have a mover? No, on the right-hand side, so it looks like Councillor Patterson, you've got the hard job again. Councillor Readington, would you like to second it? Mr. Councillor Patterson, please.
Thank you. First off, I would like to ask through to the General Manager if you could please give us a response in relation to a short, or through to Mr. Mitchell, a short reasoning why this hasn't gone ahead, as opposed to we had a speaker last night that really didn't put a good image on council, because I believe myself that this was put together to benefit the community. So the speaker last night did not see that. So now that we're not going to move ahead with this because the government's pulled the funding, what are we going to lose, and what was the reason why this didn't proceed? Through to the General Manager, if that's okay.
Mr. General Manager, please.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor. The skydiving centre was originally proposed to council back in 2014. It was a written proposal by Cost Skydiving. In 2018, we started to develop that up from not just a skydiving, but into an adventure park area, and it linked into the development of our part of our Horizons 2030 tourism and economic development plan for the development of adventure sports in the area. We put a grant in 2019, I think it is, for the Growing Local Economies Fund for the first round of that. It's a two-stage process. It was successful in that first stage. The second stage required a detailed business case to be submitted to the state government. That detailed business case was done independently by Lennon and Associates that actually saw the economic benefit of this facility being quite substantial for not just the local shire, but for the region as well. As that was being assessed, and in June of 2020, I think it was, we started to get a whole range of questions, and it looked like there was going to be an announcement towards the end of that financial year. We were at the end of the Black Summer bushfires, and there was obviously a lot of issues around the east coast of Australia coming out of the Black Summer bushfires. From my conversations and understanding what occurred, that the state government then undertook a process of looking at what grants they'd already had that had been through suitable processes in terms of their assessments that would assist with the local economic recovery following the bushfires. And they did that initially in two stages. The first stage were ones that they just purely internally assessed based on previous assessments that had been done. And the adventure park was actually received the funding through that first level of assessment. because of the history of it. So it went through all of that process. Obviously, through that time, we're also going through the DA process, and coming out of the end of the bushfires, we hit COVID, and through COVID, we saw incredible cost escalations in the construction industry. And I think I've said before, having been involved in the construction industry one way or another for the last 45 years, I've never seen cost escalations that we've seen in the last 3 or 4 years. It's quite ridiculous. So we then looked at how we could manage and cut parts of that facility, and got to a point where we were asked to resubmit an alternate model for the with a reduced scope within the budget.
To the same government? Or
To the same, yeah, there's still all to the previous government. So there was 2 things. We asked for additional funding. We weren't successful in receiving the additional funding. We then put in a proposal for a reduced area for it. I'm just trying to think the timing, all of that bit. We then had a change of government, and the change of government, they put additional conditions around this funding scheme. They also came in with a significant financial issue that they had to address. So they were looking at where they could actually save funding across a whole range of areas. The Bushfire Local Economic Recovery Fund, like all their different grant programs that involve capital works, had similar issues where projects were facing, anything from 50 to 100% cost increases. So a lot of projects were faced with a very similar situation. We were fortunate that we got the additional funding for the sale yards, but unfortunately in this case, it was deemed that when they looked at the new criteria, what could be delivered with the current dollars, or the 11.2 million, it's been assessed that it wasn't viable to proceed, and they've moved through the process of terminating our agreement. What we do get out of that is that the state government have funded the development of the development application, which has been approved. So the DA is in place. There's a current standing resolution of council for us to, if this scenario occurred, for us to actually ensure we commence that DA so it can be used in the future should it be able to be. And the cost of the work to date in terms of all the project management and the development, the detailed design, the DA, all that is somewhere between $450,000 and $500,000, all funded by the state government. With the current DA, the way it is, one of the things that we will be talking, and we are talking about internally, and we talk externally as well, is one element of that is a large hangar. So again, if we've got companies who are there wishing to expand, for example, new companies come in, we've got a DA that's actually approved and a detailed design that someone can literally pick up and use it and do a DA modification of their DA. So it does give council some real opportunities for the future, but it certainly doesn't realise the significant benefits that developing a recreational adventure park would have had, particularly the areas around the indoor rock climbing element, with rock climbing now being in part of the Olympics coming to Queensland in 2030, whatever it is, 32. So where we would have been in prime location to be a training space and those sorts of things as well. We'd work with the top end, I guess, in terms of the Australian Sports Climbing Federation. We'd work with the Australian Parachute Federation on getting this design. So a facility that would cater for beginners right through to elite development. It had the accommodation in it, which could also help when we have bushfires in terms of rest areas and that for the flight crews and other people associated with those emergency service areas. And as highlighted in this, we did have additional funding put in for the BMX pump track, which we've been able to negotiate with the funding body to actually relocate that to the South Kempsey Park area.
Could I please ask a question? Sorry. So that's good news about the BMX pump track. I'm really happy about that, and thank you for that rundown. What kind of money are we talking about for the BMX pump track?
It's from memory, it's 425 or 435, something in that vicinity.
Right. Thank you.
And the good news is, speaking to Mr. Philip Lee at the South Kempsey Museum yesterday, and he said the council had plans from 1983 for the pump track at South Kempsey already done. So Whether we use those plans or come up with new ones is up to council staff. Do we have any other speakers on this, please? If not, Councillor Patterson, do you wish to close debate?
Yeah, I just want to put it on council record to the whole community, and especially to the actual council that's been led by Mr. Milburn, of their foresight to look at being able to establish something like this in our area, to be able to look past that can't do sort of area, to look towards something that is going to deliver Kempsey's name to be on the list of people for tourism, for many other reasons other than our beautiful beaches and our pristine waterways. So look, it was going to be something that would put Kempsey on the map. And I'm really excited to hear that it's not dead and buried. The DA is going to be still in existence, and the option for the hangar to be built if there was a commercial person being a commercial entity wanting to build one. But I just want to just say how amazed I am in council and council staff in able to put this together, and that it was no doing by council that this adventure park, this recreation adventure park didn't proceed at the moment. And yeah, I think it was a great foresight and bring on the future.
Here. Thank you very much, Councillor Patterson. I'll now put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. I declare it carried. You no longer have an adventure park at the airport. We're not going to proceed with an adventure park, but this is a final comment from me, which is probably inappropriate. Page 88, we've got the item I withdrew from the consensus motions, which is 10.14, General Manager's ICMA Conference and Study Tour. I withdrew it because I wanted to change the recommendation, and hopefully the recommendation will have the 10 recommendations from the General Manager on what Council should be doing from the result of his tour. So while that's coming up, I'll possibly ask the General Manager to, oh, there it is, give us a broad overview of the trip, if you could, Mr. General Manager.
For the sake of time, I'll keep this very short. But the councillors for supporting the opportunity for me to attend the International City Managers Association conference and to do the extended study tour. The first part of that was with a delegation of other GM CEOs and council professionals from New South Wales, Queensland. We were able to visit a number of councils from Austin, San Marcos, San Antonio, Fort Worth and Dallas as a collective group. The report attached to this has a lot of information in that, a lot of pictures. It's quite incredible some of the stuff you see over there they're actually doing and moving on from a local council right across a whole broad spectrum of areas. And also, I guess, that the sizes of some of these councils from quite small to quite large. From that, I then went to New Orleans and was able to have a week there in relation to work, looking at what they're doing there from a stormwater and flood and disaster management and preparedness area, and how they're still working through the impacts of Hurricane Katrina. The New Orleans still hasn't got back to its pre-Hurricane Katrina population levels, for example. So these recommendations, I guess, are a bit of a snapshot of that. We are, in relation to number one, we're actually already doing that now. I've spoken to our drainage engineers, and some of the work that they're doing in the design for the stormwater at Stuarts Point is likely to incorporate some of the ideas that we've actually brought back from New Orleans in it as well. Some of the very large projects, again, particularly in New Orleans, they have engagement staff embedded in those large capital projects. It's something that Mr. Trotter's already doing with his water and sewer, with some of the upgrades. So instead of relying on our own council engagement staff and community development staff to do that, it is actually embedding them and funding them from the projects themselves. So they've actually really got a specialised area in it. There's a whole range of areas in terms of how we can advance tourism and the natural environment, which is part of what we're already doing. And you're seeing that from the great work our tourism team are doing with things like the Five Headlands Walk. The comment was made earlier about climate change, and I was very surprised to be in the southern states of Texas and Louisiana and see such detailed acceptance and planning in relation to climate change in those areas. New Orleans, you understand it because it is entirely below sea level. Every drop of rain that falls and goes in their drains has to be pumped out. And any future, and the Hurricane Katrina actually flooded New Orleans through a storm surge through Lake Pontchartrain, not coming up the river, but it was actually through storm surges that came through the back on the northern side of New Orleans through the lake system. So they're very aware of any future climate change impacts that may occur there, and we need to be considering those. New technologies, leadership programs, very strong across every council we went. The role of arts and culture in developing their communities and building better communities it's just a given over there. It's not something that's added on like we do here. We talk about roads, rates, and rubbish. Over there, that is just a given. Just everywhere you go, you see that. Our challenge in that area and a range of these areas, obviously, is our finance area. In council, I'm trying to think which council it was in, when I actually went to their emergency operations centre. And it is a very, very large area. It's probably about 3 or 4 times the size of the emergency operations centre we have down here. The way they operate is not dissimilar, but they certainly bring in a larger range of staff during their major emergencies. And the Bushfires Royal Commission highlighted the need for emergency operations centres and the RFS to actually be co-located. Ours aren't. We saw some issues with that even in these last fires. We ideally would love to see an RFS emergency operations centre co-located at the airport. We think it's a great place because whether it's fires or if it's floods, at least you can still get people in and out, particularly in floods. Once we get a reasonable flood here, you cannot go anywhere. But if you've got an airport, you can still get people in and out. So that's the area. And the way they think about disaster prevention and preparedness is very different than what we do. In the state of Louisiana, they actually have an Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Service, I think it's called, and that has to be in every council. Every council has to have one of those. So where we think and we plan like our stormwater from a stormwater management point of view, they do it from a disaster preparedness point of view. It's just a different philosophy in the way they actually do it. So we're already starting to talk to our staff about that. So there's a whole range of different things. I won't get into all the driverless cars and driverless trucks and all these sorts of things, which are really quite fascinating. But yeah, there's a whole range of things there that we can be implementing from this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. General Manager. I'm moving it. I need a seconder. Councillor Bain, thank you. Councillor Pattis, do you have a question?
Just a question. I had a conversation with the General Manager, and is it true? You're right. Is it true that some councils can raise their own taxes in America? Because I think our fellow councillors here would like to hear this.
Yeah, through Ms. Mayor. Yes, they have a totally different taxing system, and local councils can raise their own local taxes.
It's when you pay your bill after your menu, it's always on there. It's usually around 20% or something like that. Yeah, that's what it always is.
Question for the General Manager on his report. That's a good idea.
Yeah.
I'll come to his answer in a moment, Councillor Riddington, but I'd just ask Councillor Mr. Thorogood if he could add to the beginning of the report. Excuse me, I've got to give my dog a bar tablet. I remind myself every day at 3:30. Hopefully my wife does that. If you could add at the beginning, receives and notes the report with the following recommendations, please, just as the headings. With acceptance of the rest of you, that's what the change at the top. So questions to the General Manager. Mr. General Manager, please.
Yeah, there's two things that happen in relation to that. Tipping is at 20% now in the US. It's not 10% anymore. But they do actually have tax added on after. So your menus normally, some of them do actually have it on there that include tax, but majority don't. The tax gets added onto it later, and food is very expensive in those southern states.
Very, very, but delicious.
Thank
Oh,
Thank you.
Aussie food's better.
Oh, I didn't know about
Councillor
that.
Bain, please, your question.
It's not so much a question. What I was originally going to do was to ask for the general manager to give us more a briefing on his visit, because there's so much of interest in there. I've read the report and it's absolutely, there are so many things to think about and consider. But I thank you, Mr. Mayor, for moving this. I think this actually encompasses very, very well and thank you, Mr. General Manager, for making these recommendations as well. I think this is really great. That means I don't think I need a briefing if these are going to go in as a future recommendation. So I'll support this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just add. I note in the report that I'll provide a link, which I'll provide. And that actually has a lot of the presentations from the conference, so the PowerPoint presentation, but it also has community brochures, frequently asked questions. It has detailed design plans of some of the projects like you went and looked at as well. So there's literally hundreds of pages in that you can have a look at any time you want. But I just thought it's too hard to explain everything you cover in that sort of 3-week period.
Yeah, got one. Councillor Bain.
Oh, Councillor Bain.
Yes. Councillor Bain seconded it. Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Any further questions or debates? Okay, I'll finalise the debate with a fulsome thank you to the General Manager for his efforts on producing this report, and he's certainly demonstrated that he has had a steep learning curve on many things out of Australia that hopefully can be brought back to be implemented here. As you can see from the 10 recommendations he's made, they are certainly things that will enable Kempsey Council to make great progress. And so it would have been a challenge, Mr. General Manager, but you've survived the overseas trip, survived the different culture, the different food supplies, the different road rules, and you've returned to us with all this great information. So I'd like to thank you very much for your efforts. And with that, I'll now put the motion. Is there any dissent? There's no dissent. Declare it carried. We move now to 11.1.
10:15.
10:15.
10:15 now.
10:15 out, is it? Oh,
Yeah.
May I just ask a procedural question as well, actually? So can I ask a procedural question
yes, for sure.
about the rest of the meeting, which is to close it at 4 o'clock, doesn't it?
It does.
And we've got, from my calculation, we've got this one and maybe another 3 matters to discuss.
Yes.
With consent of the rest of the group here, I'm happy to move this one over to February meeting, because I was just going to ask for more detail on what those projects are and what's in it for Kempsey. So if that's appropriate, I'm happy to move 10.15 to another meeting if that's appropriate, so that we can have the others discussed.
Mr. General Manager, is that possible?
Just to save time,
or
but
could
now I'm
your
not saving
queries
time.
be raised at a briefing?
Can I suggest you simply defer it just briefly, procedurally go to 11.1, deal with those, and if we've got
Okay.
time, we can answer that at
Okay.
the end of it.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's fine. Yep.
Because if it's just questions, we can.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well,
fine.
thank you. The procedural motion as we move 10:15 to the end of the council meeting. We now come to 11.1. Mr. Councillor Bain, please. 11.1 on page 96. Notice motion dementia friendly organisation. Yes,
I'll move that, if I may.
I was assuming you would. I was just hoping you would. Thank you.
Okay. I just thought I'd better.
Seconder, Councillor Riddington, please. Thank you. Councillor Bain.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've had 3 or 4 meetings of the Dementia Friendly Community Working Group, which is getting some good traction, also including people living with dementia and their carers. And one of the things that's come out of it is there's a process for making a dementia-friendly organisation through Dementia Friendly Australia, and I believe it's a fairly simple process. But I put this notice of motion so that we're asking for a report on the feasibility, just so that someone can have a look at it and say, look, it's going to be onerous. It's going to take a lot of time and energy. We won't do it. Or, hey, look, it's going to be fairly straightforward. I believe it would be great for Kempsey Shire Council to be showing that leadership in becoming a dementia-friendly organisation, as I will be approaching with a person living with dementia, approaching a number of local shops and services to ask them to consider taking that process. So there's some fairly simple steps in the background. I've put a link to the guidelines. There's a bloke called Anthony Parker from Dementia Australia. I've put his phone number in there. So I believe it would be a fairly quick and efficient way to get a quick report on an understanding of how much time it would take. So I'll ask my colleagues to consider this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Any debate? There's no debate. Oh, Councillor White, didn't see your light. Thank you, Councillor White.
I have some questions, but I wrote the questions a while ago, so it's a bit vague, but the link doesn't work in there. So I've just opened the link and it said page can't be found. I mean, I think we probably discussed this before, but through Mayor to Councillor Bain, it doesn't work. Does it work on yours? Oh, look, it doesn't work on mine. I clicked your link and it.
Control click.
Yeah. That's where it sent me to. Anyway, the question is, what commitment do you think is required from the council to make a dementia-friendly organisation?
Councillor Bain, would you like to answer that question? You have a right not to answer.
I'm quite happy to answer it. In order to, I've done a bit of research on this. In order to become a certified dementia-friendly organisation, it would mean maybe one or two staff in the library and in the council the service centre doing a 1 hour online course to improve understanding of the experiences of people living with dementia. It requires a development of a plan of how services provision can become more dementia friendly. I haven't done a deep dive into it because that would be operational, and I've provided the contacts and the links. So that's something for council to do, and then they can assess, and that's what I'm asking for in this, to have a report on the feasibility and the cost. Like if it's just almost part of normal business with very little cost, then maybe we can move forward with it. But we need to get an idea of whether it's feasible first. But it is a fairly simple process, I believe, and Anthony Parker will help step people through that process. And that's basically it. And it would be showing leadership. So thank you very much. Does that answer your question, Councillor White?
So we've got, may I have asked another couple?
Yes.
Yeah. So we've got a dementia-friendly organisation is one thing that we're asking for from council. Fair enough. How does creating a dementia-friendly organisation make a dementia-friendly community, or is that something that the working group will work with the community to make it a dementia-friendly community, and the council will do its bit to be a dementia-friendly organisation?
Councillor Bain.
Thank you. Yes. By council showing leadership and becoming a dementia-friendly organisation, it may encourage other organisations or businesses in our community to also engage with that process. And for small businesses, it may be as simple as a couple of the staff doing the 1 hour online course. And maybe have, like we're a dementia-friendly organisation sticker on the outside of your shop. And so that builds, that's a big dementia-friendly community. This is the feedback that I've got from both people living with dementia who have, because Port Macquarie's done a lot of work in this space. It's the feedback I'm getting from people living with dementia and their carers and the support organisations that work with them, that this is the best way to impact change in a community.
Thank you, Councillor White. You finished?
Oh, it's just one follow-up question. I'm not sure whether this is inappropriate or offensive. I don't mean it to be. Is what should this be included in our disability and inclusion plan?
Mr. General Manager.
I mean, isn't this part of the whole making an inclusive community, and we're separating it out?
It certainly is something that is part of that whole broader inclusion. I don't have any issues with us doing this. It is what appears to be a relatively simple 4-step process in terms of getting through it. The detail and the challenge is developing the action plan and what's the cost involved around implementing the action plan, same as with our DAP and same as with our RAP.
Thank you. Councillor Riddington, please.
Thank you. Have you finished, Councillor Wyatt? Just through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bain. You know, the training program, I commend this very much to my fellow councillors, but is there a cost involved in the training?
No cost.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can we just incorporate it into our disability action plan?
Mr. General Manager.
I think it's the general principles are covered in there. We're very comfortable with the way this is actually worded to actually bring a report back, because we can actually address all those in the report that comes back.
Thank you. No further speakers.
Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Saul didn't see us light. Thank you.
Just probably a comment. Would this be another burden on businesses to comply with if we step forward with this further?
I think it's all voluntary, Councillor Saul. Is that right? There's nothing.
Yeah, there would be no compulsion about it at all.
Yeah, no compulsion.
And this report relates to us, not other businesses.
Thank you. If no further questions, Councillor Bain, do you wish to close debate or go straight to a vote? Thank you very much. Is there any dissent on the motion before us? No dissent. I declare it carried. Move to 11.2, which is my report on the Local Government New South Wales Conference. I move that the council receives and notes the report. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Ferguson. Quickly speaking to it, being very aware of the time. 3 Kempsey Shire Councils attended the conference on the 12th and 14th of November, and also we arrived Sunday the 12th of November and finished on the 14th of November. Mr. Bilburn was there as well. We heard that the AR Blewett Awards, the Rural Council was Singleton, and we all know Singleton Council because they went through the same revoting process as us. There was a forum on the housing crisis. Let's collaborate on solutions, and that was extremely interesting. On day 2, we were told that from the President, Daria Turley, that the IPART rate setting methodology will change due to the latest report. Base rates are to be calculated with reference to forward-looking indicators, unlike the past, which was backward-looking. It's a real positive move. We also had an address from the local government minister, Ron Hoynig, and he's another minister we've invited officially. We've invited now Minister Jackson, Minister Hoynig, and I also invited, as in my next report, the Premier of New South Wales, Mr. Minns, to come to Kempsey. Local government Minister Hoynig is an emeritus mayor because he came to 30 annual conferences of local government. So he's certainly qualified to understand. And he also mentioned Brewarrina Shire Council for its outstanding work towards reconciliation. Brewarrina is a great place to be born in. And a whole lot of other things happened on that day. On day 2, we looked at financial sustainability for councils, and we had Carmel Donnelly talk to us. She's the chair of IPART and how they are working towards making financial help for councils and she understands it's complex and it adds volatility to the economy. And Dr. Amanda Cohen MLC said that councils have been set to fail by rate pegging. She certainly has a lot of supporters here in the fact that we have to go through an SRV process because of rate pegging. We'd rather we didn't have to do that. And she also stated that council should not be funding the emergency service levy, and it should be the responsibility of the state government. We then went on to the motions from council. There were 133 motions. We managed to get through 94 of them, no, 90 of them. And the 4 motions put up by Kempsey Council, I thank councillors for your work on those. They were all passed. 2 were deemed to be already policy of local government New South Wales, and the other 2 on gambling reform in our communities and addressing youth crime and drugs were passed unanimously. And I'll finish up on this report with thanks to Councillor Bain for his work on preparing the Excel document. It was really pleasing to see that 8 of the 9 councillors found the time to fill in their views on what each motion should be, and that we 3 delegates who had voting rights certainly considered that every time we voted on every issue. So it was a great innovation from Councillor Bain. Thank you. So, and in my report is also the report by Councillor Bain, and I conclude my opening remarks. Are there any debate or questions about the report? If not, I'll put the motion. Is there any dissent? There's no dissent. I declare carried. We now move to 11.3, Delegates report on the Country Mayors Association November meeting. Looking at the clock, I can get there. I move that the council receives and notes the report. Any seconder? Councillor White, thank you. Again, very interesting time at the Country Mayors Association meeting. I'll just go to the real highlight. Premier Minns was speaking at the conference and they asked for questions and he answered all questions. But he didn't give a definitive answer to the 2 questions I put to him, which was, is he going to commit to stop cost local councils? And I also asked, was he going to roll back the cost shifting that's occurred in the past? He gave a brilliant answer, but it didn't answer the question. I also asked him to attend Kempsey Shire as a visitor and see the issues we have. I haven't got a reply on that one either. The final point of my report was that we nominated, after I thought this is an opportunity for Kempsey Council, to be one of the regional councils to visit by mayors in 2024. And we are one of 2 council areas selected. There is a country mayors meeting in Forbes in April, and on the 13th and 14th of June, country mayors are coming to Kempsey, and all councillors will be invited to the reception and the dinner on the night before they wish to attend. And the country mayors meeting will be held on Slim Dusty's birthday on the 14th of June at the Slim Dusty Centre. So that's my report. Any questions? Debate, Councillor White, please.
Yeah, I have a question or statement and a question. Thanks for your questions to the Premier. I mean, we need to keep this cost shifting in the public profile and in the political agenda. And in your report, you talk about that local government New South Wales continues to push that as well, and also increasing those financial assistance grants. So thanks for keeping on pushing through with those questions. I think it's about 5.2 million cost shifting costs our ratepayers. And I think the federal government recently announced, cutbacks, cut back in its deficit, and it reduced infrastructure projects. A lot of them were in regional New South Wales. It says in your report, that will have massive impacts for regional economies in terms of people's ability to deal with that cost of living. So it's really important to keep regional New South Wales focused there and the cost shifting. I also know, I just want to question. So I think it's the shadow treasurer. It's nice to see that they've mentioned the active kids voucher, which was raised by Councillor Ring a few meetings ago, where she brought to our attention that the dollar value and the eligibility criteria has changed and reduced. And she requested that council advocate to the government about reinstating the vouchers in their entirety. So I'm really pleased to see that. What did he specifically say that they could do to reinstate those vouchers?
Well, we've asked the question. We've sent
But he's
a letter.
mentioned it here. So, I mean, do you have any more feedback about, he said, finally, he addressed the active kids vouchers being reduced and it should not be as it affects many people.
Yes, so there was no more feedback
nothing more?
other than that it's such a wrong thing to do to country people and country kids, that this money has been reduced only to a very select very small group of disadvantaged children is still being offered. So it was generous possibly, but it was open to all children, especially to get them active in sport and swimming and so forth. And most of that money has now disappeared.
So have we already written based on the recommendation from Councillor Ring? We've already done that.
Yes.
We got any feedback from that?
No feedback. No feedback from the three ministers who were invited to come here too.
Okay, thanks.
Don't be surprised. I'll now close debate if no one else wishes to speak, and just outline the fact that as mayor, I get to attend country mayors and other conferences and the joint organisation meetings, and I try to represent you, and I also try to make a report back to you because I'm representing you as councillors. So a delegates report, I think, is an essential part of my role, as I see any person who's on a committee to actually report back on what they're doing. So closing debate, is there any dissent on my report? None. I declare it carried, and we go back to the joint organisation one, which was procedurally moved by Councillor Wyatt. It's on page 90. Yes.
We can do it.
Is that right? Yeah. Right. Mid-North Coast Joint Organisation update. It's a recommendation that council receives and notes a report. I think it's appropriate I move that. Yeah. As a representative on the joint organisation, I'll move that. And just tell you that the joint organisation is the smallest one in the state, with only 3 member councils. Councils of Nambucca and Coffs don't want to join for some reason. And they've been asked repeatedly, but even though it's just 3 councils, we are certainly meeting and coming up with progress on a whole lot of issues, and that's there in the report. I've just got a report this evening or this afternoon about the SIM table being on prime local news about being used at Foster, and it's getting around and showing people very graphically what the effect of flooding and fires are on communities, and you can see it very clearly on this sand table called a SIM table. Include my opening remarks, and we need a seconder on that. Thank you very much. Seconder, Councillor Whittington, please. Any questions or comments? Councillor White.
In 5 minutes or less, and maybe take it.
It'll be
on
very
notice.
less because we need
Yeah,
to
just take it on notice. So I want more. I would like to see more detail on what's in it for Kempsey Shire in relation to some of those projects, particularly the Community Land Trust, the Circular Economy of Excellence, and the Net Zero Acceleration. Like, how will our Shire benefit for those, and just more detail on those. You might be able to answer these ones quickly. Is it compulsory for the councils to be part of that joint organisation? It's compulsory. And
Mr. General Manager?
No.
no. And do the non-participating councils around us, do they benefit from, because we're paying 25,000 to be part of it. So do those non-participating councils like Nambucca and Coffs
and Clarence have benefited from the SIM table? Yes.
Do they benefit without having to contribute?
Through Mr. Mayor, it's one of the frustrations we have that some of the grants we've received we are required to deliver the outcomes of that grant across the 5 council areas, not just the 3. Yes, it's a very frustrating point.
So can you take it on notice maybe then to provide more detail on what is the Community Land Trust? Talked about some trust being available for Bellingen. what is the circular economy of excellence and the net zero acceleration, and how will specifically Kempsey Shire benefit from those?
Mr. General Manager.
Yeah, through you, we can do that. The councillors were provided a link, I think, as well, to update that was provided to the Port Macquarie Hastings Council probably about 4 weeks ago from the JO on this, which would have had a whole range of things in. I'm pretty sure it was probably in the councillor bulletin. I'll double check, but there's a link there with it. But we can certainly provide more information.
Pardon? Sorry. Yeah, it went out in council report. It is there, and it's on the community land trust. Very quickly, there's a whole document there that's on the JO website that you can look at, and it'll explain in great detail how the land trust will work, and it just needs the incentive of being financed for it to proceed in the council areas. Is that it, Councillor Wyatt? But if there's no one else speaking, I'll put the motion. Is there any dissent? I declare it carried. And we'll now have to have Mr. Thorogood read out the decisions that were made in confidential, and then I'll close the last meeting for 2023.
Thank you. In relation to item 12.1 legal matters, council resolved that council receives and notes the report. And in relation to item 12.2 tender TQE 23/37 supply and delivery of water meters, council resolved the council, in accordance with section 178 Local Government General Regulation 2021, declined to accept all tenders for supply and delivery of water meters TQE 23/37, noting that both were non-conforming tenders, and enter into direct negotiations with Elster Metering Proprietary Limited and Global Valve Technology Limited, and notes that the General Manager has the authority to approve the outcome of the negotiations within his delegated authority and the approved budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thorogood. That brings us to the end of the meeting. And just before we do, I'd like to thank every councillor for your contribution during the year. We've had lots of debates on different issues, and we've respectfully come to decisions on every matter before us. It hasn't been difficult at times, it's been challenging recently, especially on controversial community issues, but we've soldiered on and we've come to decisions. And so I thank each of you for participating in that. And at times you will be on the losing side of a debate, but that's how democracy works. So thank you to all of you. I thank all the staff here today too, especially the General Manager, for being the responsible person to make sure our council meetings continue to operate and produce agendas. And it's a challenge for him and his senior staff. So I thank each of them as well. And I wish you all a very happy Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And we'll see you all back here for an extraordinary council meeting on the 30th of January, and I think there might be a public forum before if anyone nominates, but there won't be a briefing on it, Mr. General Manager.
Through Mr. Mayor, if there's a public forum, it will, but I don't believe we'll need a briefing the night before.
Okay.
So, yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, everyone. And I close today's council meeting and wish you all the best.